They're ratings and involved in all
Oh, I'm sure.
that were in the city. They're ratings and involved in all
Oh, I'm sure.
that were
Mm-hmm.
in the city. They're ratings and involved in all
Oh, I'm sure.
in the city. They're ratings and involved in
Yeah, I think it's. Yeah, I think it's. Ready to rock and roll? All right, guys. Want to welcome you all tonight. It's 7 p.m. I'll call the City Council regular meeting of February 24th, 2022 to order. We don't have a pastor available this evening, so I'll go ahead and do the invocation. All right, guys. Want to welcome you all tonight. Wow.
Oh, sorry.
Somebody's an imposter. I know. Father, I thank you for bringing us together this evening. I ask that this would be a good meeting, that we would make good decisions for the city and for the community and in the best interest of the citizens. And just give us wisdom and guidance in your name. Amen.
Amen.
We would all please remain standing for the pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Councilman Wendy North will be with us via Zoom. She had a family member that had a baby, and so she is out of town right now. Wendy, are you there?
I'm here.
All right. And with that, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Mrs. Roth,
Here.
Mr. Peel,
Here.
Mr. Young,
Here.
Mrs. North.
Here.
Mayor, we do have a quorum present.
All right. Next, we'll move on to the approval of the agenda. Does the council have any requested changes to the agenda? All right, with no changes, then we just entertain a motion.
I move to approve the agenda.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Not all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Mr. Mayor, who made the second?
Would be.
Okay, sorry, I'm just getting used to
Yeah.
voices. Thank you.
Did we hear Wendy on that
I
one?
didn't hear Wendy.
Aye.
All right, the motion carries 4-0-0. With that, we'll move on to presentations. And with the first one, we have the 2021 end of year review. And with that, Madam Clerk. And that's for the city clerk and community services.
Yes. Is it not on the? There we go. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council and members of the community. The City Clerk Community Services Department manages city records, arranges publications of official documents, issues certain licenses and permits, provides notary services along with a variety of customer service related items. Customers can conduct their business through in-person, online payments, an outside Dropbox, over-the-phone payments, and U.S. mail. So there's a variety of way for patrons to be able to do business with the city. This office also manages Spring Hill Municipal Court. Municipal Court deals with violations of city ordinances committed within city limits. Cases usually involve traffic or other minor offenses. The following slides will compare the numbers between 2020 and 2021. So the staff for this department includes a receptionist, customer service representative, a court clerk, and a deputy city clerk, which is shared position with the administration department. So it's pretty small staff for a lot of work that we put out, so, and they're great, so I'm glad to have the staff behind me. For municipal court, court is held the first and third Tuesday of each month at 8:30 a.m. It is held in the Civic Center in the council chambers. It turns into courtroom. We have modified business hours for court. The Civic Center is closed from 8 to noon and then reopens to the public from noon to 5. However, if visitors are welcome to enter the building to tend to their business if they show up on Tuesday between 8 and 5, 8 and noon. So we don't turn them away. And then to go over the numbers in the table, the cases filed represent tickets/citations. And so we did have a decrease from 2020 to 2021. It's a small decrease. And then we have the number of offenses. And those are multiple offenses per citation. So that's why those don't match up. So sometimes a citation may have 2 or 3 offenses on it. So that's why the offense number is larger than the cases filed. The DUIs, these just include the cases that are filed and not convictions. So we did have an increase of DUIs. The dispositions adjudicated, which means plea and judgment, we had a decrease in that. The amendments, the prosecutor or the court clerk can approve amendments. However, the court clerk cannot issue an amendment if the violation is in excess of 20 miles per hour or is in a school zone. She's limited in those. So otherwise, they have to meet with the prosecutor either at court or try to make arrangements before court and figure out what, they can do as far as amending their ticket. The collection process, once the case has been adjudicated and they need time to pay, but if they fail to pay, a payment notice is sent, which is called a notice to appear in court. If they fail to respond, a collection notice is sent to pay within 15 days. If they fail to pay that, then it is sent to collections. Thank you for moving that along. So as you can see, they get multiple tries to try and pay their fine before it actually is sent to collections. And then, let's see. Oh, now it's not moving. Now it isn't. Okay, thank you. The animal license, there's not much to report here. The previous city council repealed the pet license requirement beginning in 2021. So the only thing that we have right now to report on are special permits. You still need a special permit for more than 2 dogs or cats, and we actually have a special permit for a potbelly pig. We haven't had one of those in a couple of years, so you never know. We do have a permit for that, and they have to, the police department does a research on that and a report, and then a license can be issued on that. The beverage licenses include, so the cereal malt beverage license is also called a CMB license. And that allows to sell any cereal malt beverage and beer containing not more than 6% alcohol by volume. Licenses are approved by the city council. As far as the liquor licenses, they apply through the state, through the Alcohol Beverage and Control Department. The city clerk issues the city license for period covered by the state license, only if there are no conflicts with the zoning or alcohol beverage ordinances of the city. So I'm able to issue the state license because they actually are bringing in, a city license because they're actually bringing in a state license. And so as you can see, there's really no change, although I do expect we're going to have an additional off-premise cereal malt beverage. QT is interested in adding that, so we will have an additional one there. And the massage licenses, there's really no change in that, although for next year, we will actually have 2 massage establishments, but the therapists will remain at 2. But for 2021, we just have 1 establishment. And then our records requests, and we had a 23% increase from 2020 to 2021. And then just a small little tidbit for the main City Hall phone numbers that come in, and they do not include the rollover numbers. And this just is the data for 37 working days from December 23rd to February 16th. The amount of calls are 1,554, which is about 42 calls a day. So it's a kind of a good number to let you know how many calls are actually still coming in through City Hall. So it's a pretty large number, I believe. And Ro Marie does a really great job of getting those, but we do have rollover, and then we have other staff that can pick up the extra phone calls. So we are probably one of the last places where you're actually getting somebody live to answer the phone. It's not a computerized system. So I think that is a nice welcome for customer service to actually get somebody to answer the phone. So that actually concludes my report, and so I welcome any questions or comments with the information that is provided.
I agree with you. I think that personal touch of having a live person answer the phone does make a difference, and people feel like they're heard. So I like that, and I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Hopefully we can do that for a long time.
Yeah, I agree. I really do like that. It's just nice to have somebody answering the phone.
Are the number of calls increasing, decreasing, staying the same from like last year?
Well, I'm gonna have to try and get, because it really is not a really good data. Let's see, last year, oh, I don't have last year's in there. Sorry about that. I think I had less amount, but it depends on the time. And during like the 15th, certain times of the month, you're gonna have more calls because it's either gonna be turn-off day or asking to pay late or some type of arrangement for their utility billing. So it just depends on what time of the month it is. Sometimes it can be heavier calls. This data was taken from the 23rd through the 16th, so it does include a couple of months of heavy calls. Plus those days too are heavy bills days that they enter. We do get a lot of checks still coming into City Hall. A lot of people will use our drop box out back here. And actually we are getting we ordered a new drop box, which will be a little bit easier for staff to remove the bills, or the checks, I'm sorry. And it will just look much nicer. We're gonna probably move it a little bit closer up. And right now, the door's kind of hard to open. It's getting a little rusty, and it's proved its time, but it's time to get a nicer drop box that it looks more official than this, but that has worked so far, so I'm not complaining. It took some hard work to put that in there, so it has worked so far, but it's time to upgrade the drop box. Anything else?
It's nice to see some of these statistics to understand why you guys are so busy and handling so much in everything that you do. So thank you for
Yes, you're
everything
welcome.
that you do.
Yes, thank you. I was happy to present it. All right,
All right.
thank
you
you.
very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have the 2021 end of year review with Public Works Department, and Mr. Messer, you have the floor.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
I don't have the, I'm just gonna do it the old-fashioned way. The Public Works Department is, for those who are not quite familiar, is divided into 3 sections. We have the facilities, which is actually the community center, the civic center, the Public Works building, any of the facilities in the aquatic center. The second division is the streets/parks. It's a combination of the two, and I'll get to that in a minute. And the third is utilities, water and sewer, the water portion being the meters, the billing and such is handled by finance. We have a department with 3 supervisors and 1 foreman. We have 18 full-time employees currently with in all the divisions and 2 part-time. I believe, we're not quite sure what the final number for the aquatic center will be, but it'll be over 50 seasonal employees. Public Works for all the departments this year has worked at updating the inventories and inventory controls. I've been here since June, and not all the departments were doing a complete inventory, and we're pretty close to achieving that. Some of the things we've done, we did a reorganization back in, I guess it was probably August or September. We ended up combining 2 departments. That was the street department and the parks department. The main reason for that was manpower utilization. We had 3 in streets, 3 in parks. You can't do anything with 3 in streets. One guy would get sick or go on vacation, and your operations would be shut down as far as the primary duties. So we did a reorganization. So what I expect will happen is we'll work 3 or 4 days on street repair, and then everybody will move over and catch up the park mowing and such. Maybe it's not the best and most efficient, but with the crew we had, it was the only way to increase the response to the street departments, and I think you can see we need to do that. We did discontinue on-call weekend coverage, which reduced a lot of overtime. We reduced, one of the things we looked at was we had too many supervisors and foreman titles and positions versus span and control. It was just, so we didn't eliminate the positions, we just rolled them into the field to more people working. And that was 1 superintendent and 2 foremans. We're trying to work to develop a more proactive instead of reactive department. I'm going to break this down in streets and parks instead of 1. I'm going to keep it the way it was most of the year. Streets department, we completed about 100 hours of crack sealing. We would have liked to have done more, but we were really short-staffed till about November when we started getting the new hires in. We're hoping to do funding available, as long as funding's available, up to 4 months of crack sealing a year, 2 in the fall or 3 in the fall, 2 in the spring, 3 in the spring. We're going to increase the number of milling, and milling, we grind out sections, the big cracks, and then we put a tack coat in and put hot mix over the top. We did work 3 areas pretty heavily this year. Again, we had a very limited crew, but we worked Maple Ridge, Sycamore Street, Woodland Ridge, and other various locations on the milling and with the crack sealing, because once we did the milling, we would go back and crack seal the new seams so it would not be damaged. The bottom line is the enemy to the street is not the traffic, it's the water getting under and weakening the base. Then the traffic affects it. So we're putting a new emphasis on crack sealing to keep the water out of the base. Will prolong the activity. One of the problems we have is the new subdivisions are coming online, and after about 3 or 4 years, they need crack seal or these new roads will start degrading. But we also have the older part of town that the cracks are already there. So we're going to do a balancing act to try to serve both needs. We updated the emergency snow routes. We had to do some emergency repairs on Lone Elm on those. We put about 200 tons out there. We did do 2 street contracts this year, and they were CARS funding, the roundabout and the UBAS. The Parks Department, like I said, I'm just briefly hitting a lot of this, but Waste Tire Grant was secured for Friendship Park, and we have 2 more out there we're hoping to get. We might get 1, we might get both. We haven't heard yet. We did complete the dam inspection, which was required. The wastewater, the utilities, there was a major clarifier aerator upgrade at almost $435,000. And I got here just as it was being completed. We dewatered 613 tons of sludge, which is a lot of work for the equipment. Influent was 183 million gallons into that plant, averaging about 500,000 a day. We did have two large expenses. The South Lift Station was about 88,000 to replace a pump, and then two pumps at the wastewater plant for 80,000. The water, we purchased 164,000 gallons, almost 165. We've started meter audits. We did have some water loss issues that we've been working on. Facilities, the community front center, the doors on the front were replaced. And a rundown of the facilities, the rentals for the community center with 48 events, it brought in $10,000. The rentals for the civic center was 72 events with almost $17,000. Nonprofit use was 109 events. Rec events were 73, board meetings 85. We did install some ice dam protection on the gymnasium this year and solve some of the leaking problems. The aquatic center, daily admissions was almost 11,000, which was 33,000 in income. Season passes was 46, and we got a late start selling those, so it was about 3,000. Punch passes, 287 at almost 8,000. River walking passes was about 1,200, and I had to ask what that was. I did not know. I guess you get in there and walk against the current for exercise, but I did not know that. Concessions brought in nearly 8,000. Private swim lessons about 7. There was a major water leak before it opened. We've got some issues out there that I'll be bringing in the next couple of months. The river slide tubes, and I'm getting quotes, and we'll have to decide which way we're going. Public Works assisted with several events, the Christmas Tree Fund, the Hometown Holidays, Daffodil Days, Fall Festival. Engineering, we've been working on a sewer upgrade for the lagoons. Been working on the CARS project for the 199th and Webster Light, which will happen this year. And of course, they work with the Quick Trip. A little bit more on the reorganization. We merged the two departments. We added facilities to Public Works. It was under finance before. We purchased a software system, the PubWorks, and the implementation of that's been going on pretty good. We've got all the data to them. The training, I think, is the week after next, so all the staff will be trained. Next year I'll have all the flow charts and pie charts and all that, because I'll be able to pull up this data. Right now there's no clear way to pull up everything I wanted. Plus I wasn't near the first 6, so that's a little bit hard. Some of the pardon?
I'm sorry, real quick. The inventory that you were talking about, will that be able to go into that program?
Not really, because it will not. We keep the inventory to anything over $100, but we won't be putting a wrench set in there. But
Okay.
we have an individual program for it.
For inventory?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
And what we're gonna do is, which is new, is I've just got a few more pieces of equipment to enter. But in December of every year, this inventory will be handed out to the foreman. They will go about and find everything on it and certify that it's there. So there'll be a certification every year that we've seen it. And we also brought back Purple Wave. I think in the past, chainsaw wasn't working, chucking the trash, but not anymore. We now put this stuff in a pile and anything will sell on Purple Wave. So we've got rid of 2 trucks, 2 vans, and 2 police cars this year, and brought in purchasing. Some of the personnel changes, I'm not going to mention the ones that quit, resigned, but I would like to mention one. Tracy Viles, who was a valued member of the team, passed away in July and has been sorely missed. He was fantastic. Some of the, I'd like to mention the new hires, because when you hire people, you always wonder if you're getting the best, and it's always, you're hoping, but I honestly don't think we've struck out yet. The new, and thank you very much to Mona Keisha for all the work she's done on it, but Sean Huffman, street superintendent, David Otto, facility worker, Kenny Oshel, Brett Mellinger, Mark Squire, Ethan Moser. He actually left and came back when he saw the field wasn't greener that he went to. Serena Roman, Jonathan Collins, they're all top notch, and I'm really happy to be working with them. I'm pretty pleased. Equipment, I just mentioned what we had sold. We do have some issues that we need to work on. Some staff are driving their own vehicles because we're short of vehicles. The average age of the public works vehicles is a 2006 is the average age. The newest one's a 2016, and they're showing age. I'm just glad that storm didn't come in yesterday, because we went to start the trucks in the cold. We only had 2 that would start of the plows, so I'm sure glad we didn't get it. I wanted to do a little, I know it's not 2021, but I wanted to do just a tiny bit of the future. So the goals, immediate goals are fully implement the public software system, so questions asked of cost of ownership can be answered. We'll continue to target street failure by milling and using hot mix. We'll mill and repair, hopefully about 4 months. It's going to be tied to funding, how much money we have to do these repairs. But Pat's been doing pretty good helping me get the funding we need to get this stuff going. We need to resolve the lagoon upgrades, which we're still working on. Working on an EPA permit and you guys might end up helping on this somehow, but we're processing sludge from the wastewater plant, putting it in a dumpster, sending it to a landfill. It's actually fantastic fertilizer. It's really good. Well, I go like sitting it's good fertilizer. So if we can come up with get the EPA permit to put this out and have local farmers that might be interested on cropland, we can save, depending on how we do it, anywhere from 50 to 120 some thousand a year on disposal costs. So we're working on that. We want to increase supervisory training. We also want to work a little bit towards succession planning. It seems like every time we reinvent the wheel when we hire somebody new, and I know myself, it's like I keep finding stuff all of a sudden that maybe I should have, if I had been able to develop some sort of training or guideline that I can leave behind, there won't be so many surprises. We need to resolve and move forward on Veterans Park Memorial and the fishing jetties. We're going to amp up the safety program and possibly revive the safety committee. I'm working with Pat. In fact, I got a report that's due to him that I'll be getting to him soon to develop a functional equipment replacement program and possibly using government surplus vehicles. We're going to select streets to manage chip seal projects, and we're going to make crack sealing a priority, but each pallet's $13.50. So if we try to do it 4 days a week for 16 weeks, that's $86,000. We also have a major repair at the wastewater plant we're looking at. It's a bar screen repair, which we'll be moving forward with and bringing you questions and quotes here pretty soon. So that's pretty much it.
What was that second last one that you said?
Bar screen?
Yes.
The bar screen is oversimplification by far. A great big screen at the beginning, or comb at the beginning of the plant that screens out the trash. Mm-hmm. And it's a 2-stage piece of equipment, and half of it's not working properly. And it's 20, 30 years old, whatever the plant is, I think 20 some years old. And hopefully there's some sort of grant we can look at to replace that bar screen. Repairs, 30, 40,000 replacement, maybe 160, 170. So we're going to try to resolve the best plan to move forward. It's just like a great big comb that cleans the garbage out. If you don't, it'll end up in the waste process jamming up pumps and valves. Mm-hmm. So I'd entertain questions, but he said I had 10 minutes, so I'm done.
Do you feel like facilities will do better under the public works umbrella? Do you think that's like kind of a better home for it?
Yes, but, well, mainly because, the rentals and all that is a different, but the repairs, now we're gonna go to a strong work order system. Everything is gonna be a work order. So we'll be able to track cost of ownership and what we're doing and how often we're having to fix stuff. I think it's a better fit because of the maintaining of the equipment. But
It sounds like you guys have been busy.
yep, and
And the fact that
Gosh.
you've been doing it understaffed is, we appreciate everything that you are doing.
yeah, I think I'm really pleased the good people we got.
That's great.
I was shocked that, there's no throwaways, they're all keepers, everyone.
Great.
So you said we had 100 hours of crack seal this 2021, and do you have a projected estimate? I know you said 4 months, but do you have a projected estimate of amount of hours you would like to have done in 2022?
I didn't multiply it out, but that was figured on 4 days a week for 4 months. And we have to get all over it. The big thing is it's gonna be $86,000, which is gonna pretty much use up the materials budget. But I also have to continue with the milling project. So what we're gonna do is, you can't do crack seal in the middle of summer really effectively. You can't do it when it's hot. You need to do it when it's a little bit cooler. So what we're gonna do is crack seal till we hit the middle, or the summer, when it starts warming up, then we'll mill and repair stuff, and then in the fall, we'll go back and seal the cracks and the seams we put in. Part of the problem in the past was, choice of priorities, and, I think the priority is repairing these streets, and so we're gonna spend a lot more time patching. We need to make changes on how we do it. Right now, we're buying coal mix at an exorbitant price. The better way to do it is to try to find a small shed that we can store, and we can buy it in a dump truck load. So we're working on all those avenues right now, and we're hoping to streamline the process and save a lot of money by picking and choosing a little closer what we do. We were milling out cracks last year that there's no way you could crack seal. We were milling cracks that big. They never should have gotten that bad, but water got in there, and we were repairing a spot over here on King and Jefferson last week, and it was really telling because we call it alligator cracking, when all the cracks look like an alligator back. That's what they call it, alligator cracking. Those pieces, they were just picking them up because they're no longer down, they're no longer sealed down, and finally looked at me and they said, "Where do we stop?" I said, "You stop now, because we don't have material to do the entire road, but we have got to start looking at milling and overlay of these streets in the area," and that's starting to talk big dollars. So that's the challenge, is find the money to do the more difficult repairs in some of these. And like I said, if we let the newer subdivisions go and we concentrate in the town, they'll be like that in a few years. We got to come up with a balancing act. It's going to be difficult.
Well, if we can find more programs like the CARS program and get some more grants in there, that'd be a huge
Awesome.
asset as well. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Messer. All right, now we're going to go ahead and move on to citizen participation. This is an opportunity for anyone that wants to speak. We have a list of people that have signed up. If you just step up and say your name and your address, and we'll go from there. First person we have is Mr. Bradley Zer. Get the TV again.
All right, all set?
Oh, so-
All right, let me get here. So why we're here tonight. Good evening. I brought with me a lot of folks from Woodland Ridge and Brookwood Farms and the outlying community. We'll be speaking on concerned residents' behalf. We're here tonight to discuss the two rezoning proposals as shown on your screen there, 72 and 73, and why we stand against them. Okay. All right, here's kind of the quick agenda that we're going to go over tonight. We'll try to keep it as brief as we can, so let's dig in. All right, so the legal case, Golden versus City of Overland Park, is what we'll be referencing throughout the presentation to justify why the rezoning should not occur. The Kansas Supreme Court case enumerated 6 factors that a governing body should bear in mind when hearing requests for change, specifically rezoning. It also goes on to state that the legislature stresses that these should not be overlooked when changes in zoning are under consideration. We disagree with the city staff stating this is consistent with the Golden versus City of Overland Park. We feel confident we've overcome or exceeded these factors in the following slides. We're not going to read each of these factors now, but we'll provide context as we go out through the document. Okay, so factor 1 is the character of the neighborhood. Okay, so character is defined by attributes, features, and quality. In our case, attributes, features, and quality of the surrounding community. The first item is around square footage. Based on the surrounding community, the average square footage is between 2,500 and 3,500 square feet. Okay. What's being proposed, the new homes, RP1, will be in the range of 1,200 to 1,300 square feet on average, based on the information provided to the city February 3rd planning meeting. Okay. Thus not fitting to the character of the surrounding community. To note, RP3 homes could also be as low as 600 square feet. Next, the surrounding community owns their homes. What is being proposed is a combination of leased and owned, yet again not fitting into the character of surrounding community. We tried contacting Salee Homes to gather more photos and information about the proposed homes, but in the 2 weeks, we did not get a response from them. Okay. All right, so quality. In this meeting, we're referring to the developer, Salee Homes or Salee Development. So based on the study done by BuildZoom, they have a build score of 81. BuildZoom recommendation is to only hire companies with a score of 95 or higher. So again, they have an 81. As you can see, Salee Development would be in the lower 17% of builders in Kansas. Now, when compared with other developers in the community, Woodland Ridge and Brookwood Farms, they have scores of 95, 97, and 100, which top that recommendation. Thus, quality does not fit into the surrounding community. Okay, so aesthetics. Look and feel is an attribute that should be taken into consideration. The top slide shows the current surrounding homes, while the bottom pictures represent the multifamily and single-family homes being proposed. Yet again, aesthetics do not fit into the surrounding community. To be fair, we tried contacting Salee Homes to gather more information about their RP1 homes to, show a prettier picture here, but this is all we had to work with since we did not get a response, which is based upon what you gave us from the Planning Commission committee meeting. Okay. City staff indicates that the character fits into the surrounding neighborhood because it's residential. Residential is not one size fits all. You have R1, R2, RP1, RP2, RP3, etc. City staff is trying to lump these all together to make them appear as they fit into the surrounding community. Okay. This negates the city staff's finding of the character of the neighborhood. All right, so factor 2, zoning and use of nearby properties. What is displayed is the current zoning for the surrounding area for Woodland Ridge and Brookwood Farms. As you can see, almost everything is rural residential or single-family residential, 90%, just one little outlier, R2. City staff made mention in the February 3rd meeting that multifamily homes, RP3, and single-family homes, RP1, fit into this area. As you can see, this is clearly not the case, as none are visible. The closest RP1 homes are south of 215th Street or 187th Street north. These are many miles from the surrounding community of Woodland Ridge and Brookwood Farms. Also, there is no RP3 in the current Spring Hill zoning according to their website. If the city staff made a mistake and meant R3, the closest is along 169 Highway and 215th Street. There's nothing in the current zoning that is comparable to the city staff is indicating, thus negating their Golden versus City of Overland Park claim of use of nearby properties. So what we see here is the future proposed zoning by the city. This can be found on the city's website also. So pay close attention to the zoning in the middle there, the red circle. This is the area of the land currently being considered for the rezoning. As you can clearly see, there's a lot of red. As you recall from the previous slide, this does not fit into the use of nearby properties. The current properties are 90% residential rural, or R1. And there are a few things that should be made or called out. This is the zoning map found on the city website. It does not match what was presented in the planning committee on February 3rd. The parks and commercial areas do not align with what the city proposed to the planning team on Feb 3rd. Currently, there are homes already built in the park and commercial areas, thus creating inconsistencies on what the city proposed on February 3rd. How are homeowners supposed to plan with these inconsistencies? This is directly from your website. What happens to the homeowners that are in the mixed-use commercial? Why are some folks allowed to build in that area knowing this? I know a lady that's going to speak just built a home there, and this is zoned in the future commercial. So, a bit of a problem. So special attention should also be made to 207th Street. The comprehensive plan shows 207th as a minor arterial, but this is not what we heard in the February 3rd meeting. It was made mention that this would be a major arterial and turn 207th into a possible 4-lane road. This may provide difficult because the major arterial road requires stopping line side of 400 to 475 feet, not square feet, just feet. With hills along 207th Street, this is currently not possible. And you'll see why that has to expand 207th because of the amount of people that are going to be there. So I leave you with this question to ponder. Will 207th Street be expanded before the 1,000 new residents occupy this area or beforehand? So no information was provided in the February 3rd meeting. Mrs. Abbott, which will speak a little bit, will further discuss the CARS funding program and how when funding could be a problem. Okay. All right, so factor 3. Suitability of the subject property. When the rezoning more homes means more concrete. The water doesn't have time to soak into the land as typically would. Thus, water is not only shed more quickly, but increases floodplain levels and expansion. Roger Welsh from the Planning Commission voted against the rezoning for concerns over flood issues. He made mention in his 2 or 3 years on the commission, flooding was never talked about as much and was a major concern. This also showed lack of consensus within the Planning Commission. Doug from Hughes Engineering was also there on behalf of Salit Homes, who was providing input to the planning team on behalf of the city. We believe third parties should have been there representing the city as such, not the developer's engineer, as this is biased towards the developer who looks to benefit from the rezoning. So what you see here on the map is the flood zone area on the right side. As you'll see, the southern part of Woodland Ridge backs right into the flood zone. Based on a quote from city staff during the February 3rd meeting, some of those will probably be forced back into flood insurance. After speaking with an insurance provider as such, this could be a class action lawsuit for the city, which no one wants. Okay. You also see a second red line on the map on the left, more the left side, and that's the Melvin Murray Ponds. We don't feel consideration has been given to what will happen with the water levels. Today, this creates a swamp area around the Woodland Ridge pool area and many others, and this is clearly seen after the mowing team tracks, the mower tracks for all to see. After they mow, you can see the tracks of the mower. If that water level is exceeded, the water will flow from the front pond, then to the second pond, then where? Where are homes on the back side and surrounding east and west sides? Where does that water go? As we can see with heavy rains, they start creeping into people's backyards on our side. Okay. The city staff indicates this meets suitability because of a business case and zoning for single-family residential. We believe that suitability should not be based on a developer's business case, but how it affects the surrounding community, thus negating the city staff's finding. We feel the flooding alone is enough to delay the vote on the rezoning until an independent third party reviews and assesses all water issues. Okay. Flood insurance. Not everyone may know how flood insurance works. I didn't, but I got an education from my insurance provider to run down some facts. So flood insurance is provided at the federal level. For example, state, farm, farmers, etc. will work with the National Flood Insurance Program to see if you qualify for flood insurance. The key is there's only a maximum dwelling coverage of $250,000 for flood. If you recall, the homes in that area are averaging $395,000. If you have a flood and total loss, you are out $145,000 in pocket. Okay, this is a big bill for anyone. So to recap, the rezoning being proposed is not suitable for the surrounding community because the negative results it will cause. Also, if the floodplain shifts in any way, your premium for insurance could double. Factor 4, detrimental effect of nearby property. Our home is one of our biggest assets, one of which many of us will use in retirement. I think of it as another 401k for myself. As you recall, the average home value for the surrounding neighborhood was $395,000. Based on the single home RP1 being proposed, that has a home value of $156,000. So not quite comparable. Thus is only 39% of the surrounding community's home value. This again shows that the homes being presented are not comparable to the surrounding community. Detrimental is defined as causing loss or damage to a person or thing. As clearly shown, the surrounding community will have a loss of property value because of the effect of the rezoning. This negates the city staff finding that planned single-family RP1 will not impose unfavorable development in the area. As we saw before, flooding is an issue. Let's restate the definition of detrimental. Detrimental is defined as causing loss or damage to a person or thing. As clearly shown, the surrounding community could be damaged by the rezoning being proposed. Resale value will also be lower for homes nearing or in a flood zone. Again, another loss for the surrounding community homeowner. Again, negating city staff finding the planned single-family residential RP1 and 3 will not impose unfavorable development in the area. Can you keep it down while we're presentation, please? So factor 5, length of time the property has remained vacant. All right. So as shown on the right side, the land being considered for rezoning is not sitting vacant. It's being used for agricultural purposes. Also shown, the value of the land is increasing in value because of the listings. In short, the land is not sitting vacant, it is being utilized. It also continues to increase in value, not having a negative effect on the owner. In the Golden versus City of Overland Park case, the plaintiff was not able to utilize the land because of the surrounding community. This is not true in the situation, as the land can be realized with comparable homes being built. Comparable homes being built, I stress that, which lessens the number of homes and helping with safety, compatibility, and the surrounding zoning. All right, the final factor, factor 6, relative gain to the public health, safety, and welfare. Okay. The proposal is indicating an additional 230 single-family homes and 96 townhomes to be built on this land setting between Woodland Ridge and Brookwood Farms. As the map shows, the traffic will enter and exit from this new division along 207th Street, right next to Woodland Ridge. Once matured, numbers indicate there will be roughly 652 new vehicles utilizing the infrastructure. As we all know, 207th Street is already narrow and very busy, especially when you add the bicyclists who utilize the roads with us. Based on the 2020 census, if everything remained as is, 20% of the Spring Hill population would be in this new division and Woodland Ridge. This clearly indicates a safety concern because 207th Street infrastructure is not equipped to handle this traffic. A statistic that is used to gauge traffic is 10 trips per day per residence. As shown above, we will have 326 new residents in that area. This equals 3,260 trips in and out of this new division per day onto 207th Street. A question I have for the city would be, will you build the infrastructure first and then propose the rezoning, or rezone and build the homes with hopes that 207th Street gets updated within 10 years from the funding from the CARS program? Something that was not answered. All right. For anyone who has driven down 207th Street, it's relatively hilly in nature. A recent addition was an access road leading into Woodland Ridge. The entrance was put at the bottom of a hill, thus causing line of sight issues. Signs have been put in place to slow the traffic to 20 miles per hour in that area. Based on the rezoning proposal, one of the entrances into the new division would also be at the bottom of a hill. Yet again, causing line of sight issues, introducing additional safety concerns. We did not learn from our first go around. With the additional traffic increase on 207th and now having multiple line of sight issues, chances of car accidents will increase. One thing to note is Woodland Ridge is separated by Melvin Murray Parks. Kids from the east side of the Woodland Ridge have to get onto 207th Street and walk to the community swimming pool. How will kids get to the pool now? Will you trust your kids to walk down 207th Street with twice as much traffic? What's the plan for that? Okay. So what you see here is additional safety concerns that cannot be answered by the city with statistical studies. We will address the studies in an upcoming slide. If you expand 207th Street, what about Woodland, Ridgeview, and the railroad crossing section? You can't just expand one part of the infrastructure. It's like putting a fire hose into a garden hose. If a train is on the tracks, what happens, which happens many times a day, where does that traffic go? Does it back up along 207th Street? What about additional 18-wheeler traffic now being introduced into the mix? Think back to the previous slide. Do you want your kids walking down 207th Street when that occurs? To sum it up, safety is a huge concern with a lot of unanswered questions. One final thing that is concerning, and the items the city staff enumerated, which you'll see later, not one of them mentioned safety. Of the 14 criteria they listed, not one mentioned that the rezoning will do from a safety standpoint. They left out one of the biggest items of Golden versus City of Overland Park, relative gain to the public health, safety, and welfare. Bear with me, guys, we're almost done here, so thanks. 5 more slides. All right, 5 more. Resident sentiment. All right, for the residents who were notified that a rezoning would occur, the community had a right to petition against the rezoning. I personally went door to door to these residents to get their sentiment and asked for their signature on the petition. Every home that I went to was in favor of signing the petition and was against the rezoning being proposed. There were no residents for the rezoning. Okay, it's important for the governing body to understand what their constituents are or not in favor of. And one thing I will bring up is we never found out why one of the petitions was denied after several requests to the city. No one got back to us on the 7-2 petition for RP1. I think I copied the council on there hoping to get an answer, and we did not. Okay. One thing I want to bring to council's attention is how the surrounding community is being notified for rezoning plans. There are 3 ways in which residents are notified. 1, only city residents within 200 feet are notified. 200 feet. I can throw a baseball further than that. An article in the newspaper, sign on the zoning property. So between Brookwood Farms and Woodland Ridge, there would be approximately 500, 600 homes. Of these, only a few homes are notified because of the 200 feet rule. So although 500, 600 households were affected, approximately 1% of the homes received notification rezoning that would occur. It is a recommendation that the city of Spring Hill should update its policies and override its current statute if they truly care about their community's input in these types of matters. Speak to item 2, how many people read the Miami County Republic? With social media, things could be done more efficiently. And finally, can you read the notification sign in orange above? That is taken from the middle of 207th Street while standing still. So if you're going 35 miles per hour on Homer to work, do you think you can read that sign to understand what's going on? If you didn't know what an orange sign meant, I know what an orange sign means now. Stop and read it because it's a rezoning problem. Okay, here's what the actual sign looks like. And one thing I take note on, it should probably have the case number on what's being rezoned. And there was only one zone sign put up for the case. That kind of negates because this is bigger than 5 acres. And that's why we think the RP1 should be scratched from the agenda and voted upon tonight because it was not following statute. Okay. All right. Last 2 slides, guys. Thank you. So the Kansas Open Records Act is a version of the Federal Freedom Information Act. It allows the general public to access data held by government, in this case our local city government. It was created in response to the increase of dissatisfaction with the secrecy surrounding government, policy development, and decision making. Basically, it's a way for you and me to request information from the city to see if due diligence is being done and what has gone into their decision making. It's a right to know, and it promotes openness. What you see here are 10 documents that we requested from the city. The hopes was to gain an understanding of how and why the rezoning makes sense from their perspective. We wanted to know why it was passed. Multiple times during the February 3rd meeting, city staff stated, "I think," or "this won't have any effect." In order to confirm city staff's findings, we asked for the 10 documents above, but only received 3 of the 10, 30%. And as you can see, 0% did not have anything to do with the studies. So the information provided by the city staff to the planning team was all conjecture. There's nothing to back up his claims. If you recall from the Kansas Supreme Court case Golden versus the City of Overland Park, 6 factors should be taken under consideration before rezoning. The Unified Zoning Ordinance of Spring Hill, page 181, 17364, section D, lists similar criteria that should be considered. My question is, if you could not provide the information to the court request that directly relate to this criteria, how could you determine if the criteria were met or not when making your decision during the planning commission meeting? Oops. about that. Sorry, guys. Step out of there. Okay. All right, so last slide. Sorry about the skip there. And finally, leave you with this. We ask that you take a stand like the City of Overland Park Council just did on Tuesday, this Tuesday, February 22nd, 2022, in which they denied the rezoning of Deer Creek based on concerns that the project could negatively impact neighboring property owners. Councilmember Jeff Cox stated, "Our job is to say better and higher use for who? The people who live next to this have rights too." Nancy Kiznaga said, "The project is too big, too dense, too many variances are needed, and too many unknowns exist in reference to safety, traffic, and environmental impacts." A majority ultimately agreed, saying the development didn't fit into the character of the neighborhood, too dense, and would negatively affect nearby homeowners. So the governing body can take one of 5 actions tonight. We are recommending the governing body deny the rezoning request outright, or an alternative would be to send the proposal back to the planning commission to get the answers to the concerns brought up this evening and ask for comparable R1 homes to be built in this area to help mitigate many of the 6 factors that were discussed. So, thank you.
Thank you. Next on the list, we have Ryan Miller.
Ryan Miller, 20741 Skyview Lane, and Brad clearly stole my notes because he said everything I wanted to say. So I do want to just take a second and say thanks, Brad, for putting that presentation together. And I also want to say I think it's an accurate reflection or collection of concerns that are shared by many of the people in attendance here tonight. So thank you, Brad. And seriously, he did capture pretty much all of my concerns. I had a list, right? And my primary concerns were the infrastructure concerns around 207th Street, the safety concerns associated with or related to the additional traffic, commuter volume, both pedestrian and commuter safety concerns, the flood zone expansion concerns. When we attended the zoning commission meeting on February 3rd, it felt as if there was a lot of uncertainty, not only amongst the public in attendance, but among the commission members as well. I left that meeting feeling like there wasn't any real closure to the questions and the concerns amongst the people. And we felt like there wasn't any real studies done for stormwater concerns, for environmental concerns. And there's not any available to this date, as Brad said, from our core requests. So there is still concerns around the flood zone expansion. Who is liable or accountable for those hardships that are potentially imposed upon the existing homeowners? And then lastly, just concerns around the comparable property characteristics. I think Brad hit on it very well, that in the agenda that I read through before the meeting tonight, it showed that the surrounding area was completely residential and comparable. And I would really challenge that, because if everything is residential is comparable, why do we have the designations within residential? Why is there an RP1 versus an RP2 or an RP3? We can't say that everything residential is comparable. So that's my opinion. I believe that's the opinion of a lot of people here tonight, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jerry Sigler, I believe.
Got it right.
Okay.
It's rare. First of all, I'd like to say thank you for letting us speak tonight. My address is 20315 South Ridgeview. I am not in a neighborhood. I'm in a rural right across the street from where this is proposed. We moved to Spring Hill 6 years ago with the idea of being in a rural small town. I was born and raised in Olathe, been there, done that. Came out here, love it, obviously, go Broncos. We're very concerned with the lack of infrastructure to support the homes, the 230 homes, the 96 townhomes, and what we haven't brought up yet, because it didn't go through the planning commission on this last meeting, were the 350 homes right next door to that on the corner of Ridgeview and 207th. Very concerning to me. That's across the street from my house. Ridgeview is a very busy road. It's 2-lane, no curbs, no shoulder. You know, the numbers, the numbers are phenomenal with, you know, we're talking 1,000 cars, we'll add another 1,000 cars. I don't see the infrastructure supporting that many high-density homes in a quarter-mile by quarter-mile square. You know, obviously there's property value. We have a creek running through the front of our house, so with the addition of concrete, the lack of drainage, I am obviously concerned about that. All of these concerns, and I've talked to everybody on my street on Ridgeview, and I think we're all on the same page of, you know, we're concerned if this proposal goes through, we're gonna shove the next one through, and then, you know, the population of Spring Hill is gonna grow by 33% in one swift, you know, turn of the hammer. So those are my concerns. You know, we're very happy here. We don't want to see it overpopulate too soon, too fast. It's a concern in all ways. But my biggest concern is the infrastructure and the lack of, you know, we watched the zoning meeting, and I didn't hear anything about the plans for widening roads, the plans for safety, the plans for how emergency vehicles can get in and out. All of these things are greatly concerning to me. So Brad said everything I wanted to say too, but as an outlier, which is what they like to call me, since I'm not technically in the subdivision or even the city limits, I was also concerned about the 200-foot rule. Like Brad said, it's I don't know how that could be changed. I got a letter based on the proposal that hasn't went through yet, but that informed me on everything else that was going on. So I don't know what there could be done about that. But those are my concerns. Thanks for letting us speak tonight, and thank you.
Thank you. All right, next, I think is Daniel Hochman.
That's it.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and member of the City Council. My name is Daniel Hochman, and I am at Woodland Ridge on 20711 South Skyview Lane. Brad spoke factually. Mine is going to be a little bit more emotional. But before I ask you to vote no on this rezoning, I want to address some comments that were made in a recent Planning Commission meeting. Mr. Mayor, it's unfortunate that I have to bring this up, but I hope that you will review comments made by a committee member who appears to have a term ending in February. And do not renew his membership to that planning commission. A committee's job is to review requests, make decisions based on facts and not emotion. And it is clear that his decisions are emotional. This person said, "I do not like to see segregated housing because I think it creates the division amongst the community, much like we are seeing in this room, and it is really unfortunate." This comment was made outside of the open forum, and I had no response. I was able to make no response. And I bring this up because as a 15-year resident of this community, this has nothing to do with segregation. I have an asset that I'm trying to protect, as we all are. This is part of my retirement, as has been mentioned. And this is about investing in a specific property and outside influences attempting to disrupt that investment based on their personal belief system. Mr. Mayor, please take action to address this situation. It is out of line, it is disrespectful, and this member should be removed from the Planning Commission and his term ended. So as I said, Brad spoke factually, and I'm going to be a little bit more emotional. I do also want to address just a couple of points. I do not have 62 slides. I just got 3 pages. So as you see me turn, you'll know how close I am to the end. But I do want to address a couple of comments as it relates to Golden versus Overland Park, and specifically to the character of the neighborhood and zoning and uses of nearby parcel. Any individual wishing to buy a home in an area zoned RR or R1, and any honest realtor wishing to sell a home in the same area will tell you that the surrounding area of the community is influential in making a decision on where we want to live. That is important to us. I can tell you in my discussions lately with my neighbors, most have come to this city because of its rural nature, and many have left major communities compacted by multifamily housing in order to come to this rural setting. However, I also agree with affordable housing is needed and is vital to a community. Where I disagree with Mr. Burton, the Planning Commission, and is reflected on the website as our future plan, is the lack of common sense that is going into the actual planning of what type of community will be located in specific areas. You have the ability to correct that with a no vote. I believe we should use a common sense approach, and I'll give you 3 reasons why you should. And again, we're speaking of the area between 207th and 199th Street, and between Woodland Ridge and Brookwood Farms. I think we need to consider the location of future affordable housing as it relates to those who have chosen to be in a more rural setting. Many of us moved to the area we are specifically in because we did not want to live next to a duplex, condos, or apartments, and an endless sea of subdivisions. Zoning needs to be progressive through the different levels and not skip level. If you were to designate an area of multifamily that is open to build around it, then those that are building or purchasing new homes will have the opportunity to make their decisions based on what is there. This application is forcing an established community with specific purchase priorities into something different than what we originally purchased, and there's no need to do that. I'm about to drink this hand sanitizer. As a side note, though, I believe that this council and the planning commission should review the 2006 plan, update it with current zoning, and work on plan that supports its current citizens while planning for the future of the community. And I think this community should involve the areas of Spring Hill from the residents of Spring Hill from all areas. Again, what we see on the site is a plan that's 15 years old. And finally, this change will severely increase the traffic without the infrastructure to support it, as you can see on the last page. Egress from the community will be extremely difficult due to a superinflated increase in housing over an RR community on roads that lead to a railroad crossing. And I'd like to reiterate what Brad presented in that without sidewalks, shoulders, or designated bike areas, the congestion this will create is one that is dangerous. And we do not want to see an expansion of 207th Street. So you're going to hear from city staff. You're probably going to hear from the builder. And so I want to finish with this. And while Brad tried to steal my quote, he didn't get it all. Again, just this week, the Overland Park had a similar zoning request in which the council voted against apartments. That same council member, Jeff Cox, also said elected officials should defer to the will of neighbors who opposed the project. We keep talking about them. Thank you, Jeff. We keep talking about demand for apartments. Demand from who? We share those same questions in Spring Hills. You have areas that are zoned RP1 and above that are not in use. If there was a demand, I'm sure those individuals would be building them right now. If this is about need, then you need to incentivize those areas to complete their projects before creating new areas and then see what the demand is. And finally, the citizens in Woodland Ridge, Brookland Farms, and the surrounding areas, not outliers. Thank you very much. We are speaking up. That's why we are here. We have been to zoning meetings. We have had meetings within the subdivision. We are talking about it on social media. We are meeting in smaller groups, and we are here tonight. The will of the current citizens who have established themselves in your community is for you to vote with the citizens as a whole and vote no. Do not demand it. Do not remand it back to Planning Commission. Vote no.
Thank you. Next, we have Charles Morse.
My name is Charles Morse, 18460 South Ridgeview Road. The good news is I don't have a PowerPoint and I'm not asking for money. I am one of the outliers, but this is an issue that's near and dear to my heart, which is why I wanted to lend my voice to the residents of Woodland Ridge and Brookland Farms. Because as several other speakers said, that our homes are one of our life's biggest investments, and there are many valid arguments against this rezoning, but I'm going to focus on one, which is compatibility. Something everyone in this room has in common is that they have chosen Spring Hill. We've chosen to live here or in the surrounding area. A common reason for that choice is the small town atmosphere and the semi-rural setting. No offense to the other communities to the west and north of us, but there's a reason we don't live in a bigger city. However, that said, there's good reasons that many people choose to live in those communities, including Overland Park and Leawood, and there's a lot of people who consider those to be nice places to live. And the city councils and the city staffs in those cities do not allow any and all development to occur. They know what makes their communities attractive to the people who like to live there, and they work to protect those attributes. And I think that's important. We need to be mindful of the attributes that make our community attractive and work to preserve those. And we must be deliberate and intentional to preserve the character which makes Spring Hill unique in both Johnson and Miami counties. Opportunistic, developer-led community development is not the way forward to grow Spring Hill. The P in RP1 and RP3 stands for profit, and it's not our mission to maximize profits for out-of-town developers with dense residential development that's completely out of character with the surrounding properties. These neighbors in our community are not against housing diversity. As Dan said, apartments, townhomes, duplexes, etc., but we're against locating it in places where it's incompatible with the existing neighborhoods and properties. Multifamily should generally be positioned near commercial development, retail, major arterial roads, and highways which can accommodate the traffic. A good example of a new multifamily residential development is along 175th Street, east. It's near Legler, just west of Lackman. It's a new housing development on 30 acres. It's dedicated multifamily. It's set apart from the R1. It's near an elementary school, and it has business commercial zoning on either side of it. And also it's on a major type 2 arterial road, 175th Street, which makes sense because each of those new residences will generate an average of 10 daily trips. It's also the first development in the area, and so as some of these residents have highlighted, when you buy in an area, you expect it to be a certain way. And in this case, because the multifamily is first, it's perfect. There's nothing around it. So anyone that builds in that area in the future knows that it's there, and they're building and buying knowing that, unlike our residents today. 207th and Woodland already has around 15 acres of RP2 zoning, and I think that's probably enough for that area. Everything east should be R1, rural residential and parkland from Woodland to Ridgeview along 207th to make it compatible with the existing properties and to preserve the character of the area. As they say, you'll never be lost if you don't know where you're going. Spring Hill is unique, and this governing body are the stewards of our community's future. I believe we can embrace the rapid growth that we've experienced recently and will continue to, and benefit from it at the same time while preserving the small town character of our area. But we cannot do that if we allow profit-driven developers to dictate the type and direction of development rather than the community. So with that, I encourage you guys to reject this RP1 and RP3 zoning ordinance. Thank you.
Next, we have Donna Abbott.
Good evening. I do not have a presentation, but my printer wouldn't work, so I have my laptop to read off of. 1 second. Okay. Most of this information that I have listed on what I'm going to say, I took from basically all the documents on the Spring Hill sites for planning and zoning and infrastructure improvements. So I was kind of looking at what are the facts? What did Spring Hill want? What was the plan for all of this? My address, thank you, I forgot. I'm Donna Abbott, 19640 West 207th Street. We actually live next door to this planned development. When we moved in, we did all of our research. We looked into what we were getting into because we moved from South Olathe, where all of that new expansion and multifamily was. So we kind of looked into it and we found the perfect spot. So we wanted this more rural atmosphere. We knew a development or neighborhood was going to go in next to us. So we're not opposed to that at all. We just want it to be similar to the rest. Like everyone else is saying, all the good points. Planning and zoning regulations are put into place to create a cohesive environment and allow the town developers to make informed choices about our future, recognizing that the decisions we make now will affect the kind of community that we will become in the years ahead. The primary reason for major rezoning changes typically are that if wages are up, people are working, unemployment is down, and there are no more lots and units for sale, then you infill areas that are not zoned like that already. Currently, there's an abundance of locations in the city limits to build multifamily homes. They've been on the market for years. As far as I looked in the 2 miles around this area, it looked like there were about 6 locations. Only one of them had been started, I think for duplexes. There's one across the street on the corner that's been slated for multifamily, still not built. It may or may not be. They say it's coming, but it might not be. They actually filled part of it with single-family homes. So they could decide to fill the rest of it with single-family homes because that's what's around it. Those aren't near capacity, so we've got plenty of room for more multifamily that's already zoned properly for that. We have small home and multifamily units in town, more towards the town, and in more appropriate locations that will be more affordable than this market rate housing that's proposed as affordable housing. Zoning regulations are put into place to protect the community, its resources, and to create consistency and flow within the town, like everyone else said. For the CARS project, I looked at everything I could online from what I saw. If this isn't perfectly accurate, I apologize. But 207th Street is presumed to be scheduled for improvement and widening through the CARS project funding, which is what was told to us in the planning meeting. However, the option for submitting an application to the county is every 5 years for the CARS project, from what I could see. There's no way we could not figure out if that was applied for. The last deadline was April 2021, I believe. So last year was 207th Street on that application. Is it slated for the possibility of this expansion and this funding? So we do not know. Ridgeview is in much more need with all of their accidents and all of everything going on there with more schools and neighborhoods that have been built there. It still has not had any revisions so far, other than the 199th roundabout there. So we don't know if the 207th widening is going to be anytime soon. If it was applied for last year, it's going to take several years to be approved, to get funded, and then actually be built. So this is years at best. What if it wasn't on the application last year? Then we're talking, 5 years, if I'm correct on that, then applying, and then several years after that to actually be completed. So years before 207th is going to have improvements. And then also, from what I read on there, it shows that the CARS project funding usually funds 50% or less than the actual project. So that would mean that the city of Spring Hill would be footing the rest of the bill. As stated from other people and the city officials that were up here earlier, there's many more roads in dire need of funding for fixing things. So again, I seriously doubt the 207th is going to be priority anytime soon, but I could be wrong. Let's see. Sorry, I've got more here that I probably don't have time for, so I'm going to pick and choose. For future land use and growth patterns are dictated by the physical circumstances and specific geography of an area, as well as various social, economic, and political forces that affect the community through time. In response to these growth expectations, the community has identified guiding principles and recommendations to guide the coming growth, and the future land use plan identifies where growth should occur, even though it's not really accurate anymore. The use of land cannot be arbitrarily assigned, but that's what it seems like based on what the plan says that it is, what it was proposed to be, and what it is currently. So it must take into account also the vision that the community has identified. If you go through and you look at the comprehensive plan and the zoning regulations, it states kind of the vision that Spring Hill wanted for all of this years ago when they put it together. And it's not quite consistent with what we've got going on here. Also, for the overall image and identity, it states that it should be tastefully and uniquely blended with the new and the old, and to create logical and well-balanced commercial and residential developments to maintain a colorful and natural appearance, responsibility to preserve the city's natural resources and environment, future land use and development decisions, including individual zoning changes, subdivision plats, and site planning and infill development, should be coordinated with these guiding principles and recommendations set forth here in all of that information, which I have a lot, but some of the recommendations that it specifically said in bold recommendation. One of them was preserve wide green spaces to maintain the existing rural and visual qualities. There's a couple ponds that they're planning on filling in, specifically two that are next to our property. All of our acreage runoff is to those two ponds, basically. Part of it runs into the small one, and then the rest of it runs in the big one. And if the small one overflows, it goes into the big one. I mean, they're going to be doing all of the studies after this zoning is passed, and they're doing their plot plan. They have to do the runoff and the sewage and all of those studies and present them with their plot plan. But if they're infilling those ponds, there's going to be more runoff with, like everyone said, the additional concrete and all of that and non-permeable surfaces. So definitely that's part of it. Also, recommendation, preserve trees and existing vegetation, waterways, and stream areas. This is basically a ride up to the floodplain, actually part of the future floodplain, which is already designated AE through federal regulations. The future floodplain up next to this neighborhood, part of it does go on the top corner of the neighborhood there. So being abutted right up next to it, even though it's not technically in the floodplain, because that is, I think it said 150 feet from the center of the stream, this is actually right next to it. So it absolutely affects the floodplain and everyone downstream. Recommendation to protect the city's watersheds. That's kind of like I was talking about. Recommendation, create neighborhood environments that are appealing and have natural character and blend with the surroundings. So a lot of this is not incorporated with what everything says that it should be in all of these. Let's see. The residential development recommendations that are on there. It says residential development should foster residents with a sense of community. Neighborhoods must have a sense of place. And it says that multifamily uses should be integrated in a manner that appears seamless with single-family residential neighborhoods, which this is not right there on the street. Such uses should be not designated or designed or as appear to be complexes or isolated ponds or pods. If you look at the plot plan that they submitted, it's neighborhood, neighborhood, green space, neighborhood, and then all of the multifamily are in basically a complex or a pod right there on the edge where it's visible from all the other acreage and residential neighborhoods that are across the street. So that is not really incorporated with that either. Let's see. Future land use. The future land use plan serves as a guide for the direction and magnitude of future growth, but at the same time, it does accommodate changes in the market demands and our style of living, which they kind of played to our style of living. Why is everyone moving here? Because they want the rural atmosphere. When I moved here, everyone said Spring Hill is the way it is because everyone wants to keep it the small town feel, the more rural atmosphere, and not be overcrowded like everyone else. We want to be unique. So that's not really what's happening here. As far as rural residential goes, that's what we are. If you look at this plat of neighborhood, this parcel, everything from the west and the east is all rural, large acreage lots. Part of my concern on that is actually that some of them are unincorporated still and shoot on their property. One bullet has already hit Woodland Ridge. We live next to that. People shoot across our backyard as well. So these are not annexed in. They're shooting on their property, and we're putting, over 300 more homes right in the middle of all of that. So that's a pretty big issue, I think, as far as safety goes. For rural residential, typically includes woodland, agricultural lands, grasslands, and all of that are supposed to remain undeveloped until logical expansion of the urban area occurs. Pretty much from Woodland to Webster and all around that, there's quite a bit of open property that's available to build on that's closer to being multi-use property and how planning usually works out. Let's see. Mixed-use residential areas are generally expected to be within close proximity to mixed-use commercial areas, as someone else already stated, and then also may be located in areas appropriate for higher intensity development. Multifamily homes are typically located in more urban areas, And that enables those households to be able to walk, bike, and travel to businesses and schools easier without automotive transportation. That was one of the lines that I heard multiple times throughout all the documents is we want people to be able to not have to use transportation and walk and bike everywhere. If you look at the location of this, we live next door. They designated us for Dayton Creek because it was new and more open. Even though Wolf Creek is only 2 miles, Dayton Creek is 3.5 miles from our home. Everyone in that neighborhood would have to be bused. We are already short on buses and bus drivers. My child rides the bus for an hour, every day to school, every day away from school. It's a long time, and then adding all of those additional houses is gonna cause quite a backup. So we'll need a lot more as far as Apple Bus goes. I'm not sure if they're a private entity or have anything to do with the city, but that's gonna be hard. And of course, kids aren't gonna be able to walk or ride their bikes to school, where most mixed family or mixed use households are going to be right next to a school or around the corner from a school and stuff like that. Let's see. And zoning does have a role in addressing land use regulations for the common good. Its purpose is to prevent harm to the area and the citizens in the community in which they reside. Thank you so much for your consideration and the denial of this rezoning, this parcel to RP1 and RP3. The current rural residential zoning that it has now would be much more consistent with R1 and single-family homes, not small lots and multifamily. So that's my piece. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we have Samuel Abbott.
Or does he have to talk?
Can I cede my time?
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Okay.
You go. I'm not.
Well, you have to state your name and your
Oh,
address.
I'm sorry. Samuel Jason Abbott, 19640 West 207th Street.
Thank you.
This portion that we were talking about separately is more in relation to floodplain management and the regulations that Spring Hill has set for that. Like I said a minute ago, this is not within floodplains because it's right next to it, not actually in the floodplain, which some of Woodland Ridge now is or was or will be again in the future. But it's pretty important. I try to think of the bigger picture, not just what are these houses going to look like, how many are they going to be, that kind of stuff, but what's it going to do to our city and our lands in the future? So with part of it, that's the provisions for flood hazard reduction, just specific standards in all the areas of floodplain hazards or special flood hazards. Once floodway data is obtained, and then as set forth in the section, the following are required. The community shall prohibit any encroachments, including fill, new construction, substantial improvements, and other development within the designated regulatory floodway, unless it has been demonstrated through hydrologic and hydraulic analysis performed in accordance with standard engineering practice, and that the proposed encroachment would not result in any increase in the flood levels within the community during the occurrence of the flood-based discharge. Again, they're not inside the floodplain, but right next to it, literally the backyards back up against that floodplain and the proposed park that's there. For floodplain management procedures, the criteria, and passing those type of applications and variances, the board shall consider all technical data and evaluations, all relevant factors and standards, of course, and the following. Danger to life and property due to flood damage. As said, life and property. I mean, I don't know what kind of animals would be affected from flooding over there, but life and property. And then the importance of the services provided by the proposed facility in the community. The services provided, in our opinion, don't warrant changing the zoning. You can put regular individual family homes there. It would actually help the situation, not hinder it. Availability of alternative locations for this proposal, not subject to flood damage for the proposed use. Like I said earlier, there are so many other locations, at least 5, I think, that I saw, that are not built at all, already zoned for multifamily. And then the relationship of the proposed use to the comprehensive plan and floodplain management program for that area. If you look at the comprehensive plan and some of the stuff that it states, it does state that it should be more in more urban areas or adjacent to those, act as a buffer, that kind of thing, for ease of maneuverability and safety and all of that. For environmental concerns that we have for this community and location, as far as studies have gone, no studies have been done currently conducting regarding stormwater and drainage and how it will affect the floodplain. I don't know if there's been any decisions so far. It said they were unknown, whether this is going to be on Spring Hill Water or Water One. So I'm not sure. I know there's been some issues, at least that I've heard from hearsay, about the Spring Hill water supply. So is it going to be on one of those or the other? Will that make a difference? I don't know. Eventually, after we make the concession, or if we did, to rezone this partial, they're going to do the street plans, the grading plans, the sewer and water plans, storm drain plans. But they're also going to be for the internal community. They're not going to be for the community next door or downstream, that kind of thing. So they will be covering what they're doing, but not how it's going to affect the other people nearby, unless that was required, and maybe someone could make that required, I don't know. The dense housing and non-permeable surfaces shown in the proposed plot plan that they provided, graciously of course, because I don't think they had to provide that yet, they are guaranteed to affect the quantity, the velocity, the pollution in the runoff of this property. I mean, you can just, I think you can kind of tell that without any studies happening. Let's see. Dense lots means more shade. Shade for grass, the minimal landscape that's incorporated is going to need more fertilizer for the lawns because there is so much shade. There's going to be more snow melt on driveways and streets because there's so much concrete and more driveways than the maybe 150 houses that would have been there instead of 300 and something, since it's a denser lot. So you've got all that running off into the stream and drainage there. Of course, you've got homes already being flooded and being forced to obtain flood insurance and deal with property damage, just with a small amount of development that's north of there right now with Brookwood Farms. So this is going to add a whole lot more, being right next to the upper part where it's going to be eventually a floodplain. The removal of most of the trees on the property adds to the issue as well. I mean, you might think it's something very small, but as far as I could tell from that plot plan, there's quite a few lines of trees that, of course, have been between the agricultural fields, all wiped out. I don't see anything on there that's going to keep the trees. Of course, you could request that whenever you allow their permitting process and all of that. But that's one thing I think is really nice about Woodland Ridge across the street, is they really kept some of those big trees. It looks nice with the trees and the ponds. It's indicative of the area here. Development within a community is essential and expected. However, it should never be detrimental to the existing citizens and the integrity of the community. We propose going back to the developer and asking for a plan that fits within the current zoning and atmosphere of a desirable area. If this was accommodated and revised to be consistent with the other developed neighborhoods to the north and south of this property, and the number of dwellings in this community should be about half of what they're proposing. They're expecting the council to approve this. Many of the rules and ordinances that the city has put into place to preserve the integrity of this town and its environment are being disregarded in order to please a developer and or make a sale on a piece of land that one of our residents is trying to sell. I think that piece of land deserves to have the best change of land use and zoning possible. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we have Joshua Dieterding. Hopefully I said it right.
I think so.
Hopefully I said your name right.
Yep, that was good. Yeah, I'm Joshua Dieterding. I'm at 19180 West 207th. I'm really just here to support Brad and make sure he had enough time to get through his presentation, which thank him again for putting that together. Put a lot of time and effort into it to express the concerns that we all have. I live right on 207th, so my backyard backs up to 207th there, and we just feel like you know, there should be a lot more research done before putting in a subdivision like this. And I don't want to take up too much time, but we definitely agree with everything Brad said, so.
Thank you. Looks like we have Heather Dieterding next.
You got it right twice. All right, Heather Dieterding, I live at 19180 West 207th Terrace. Again, I was just wanting to make sure that Brad had plenty of time to cover all of the work that he put into the presentation that he gave for you guys tonight. Again, thank you, Brad. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you to all of our neighbors for all of the time that you've spent to voice all of our concerns about this. I'm very, very worried about the traffic on 207th. That's just disturbing, honestly. My home was actually the house that got hit by the bullet. I can tell you that as unnerving and upsetting as that was, that I still love Spring Hill and our community. And I love the neighborhood that I live in. And I am obviously concerned about that, but this rezoning is shaking me more than that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Lisa Brooks.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Brooks, and I live at 19201 West 207th Terrace. And I'm here to support Brad and everybody else who spoke to oppose this rezoning. I do agree that 207th Street is very busy already right now, and especially since the roundabout was made. While that was going on, more and more people came down that road, and they're still coming down that road now, which is fine. It's a road to use, but it's being more heavily used, and if you add more homes like that, it's gonna be overrun with traffic and accidents because people are trying to get to work and school, and it's gonna be very dangerous. So I just concede to say I agree with everybody else, and I would like to oppose the rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Lori Camel, I believe.
Hi, I'm Lori Carroll, and I'm at 20773 South Skyview Lane. And I just want to thank everybody that put the presentation together, Brad and everyone else that spoke. I think they really hit on all of our concerns and just, I ask you, I'm a lifelong resident of Spring Hill, and I love this community, and I don't want to leave. And I just hope that you stand with your residents and community and our concerns, because this means a lot to us. And we love this town and we love this community, and we want to preserve the special place that it is instead of just filling it full of homes. We ask that you stand with us, make it your community over money, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, it looks like we have Dave LaFeber.
I can't add anything else to this.
All right. Thank you. Steve Boswell.
Steve Boswell, 504 Jackson. Listening to these citizens' concerns and whatnot brings to mind, other issues that we had previous in Spring Hill, right up Jackson Street, 2 blocks past King Street. They had not done an environmental impact study. They were beginning to do construction, which immediately was halted when I brought it to the council's attention that they did not do any of those things. I'm glad to see that I'm not the only one paying attention on items like this, but I also want to remind you, even though many of you were appointed to the council and not elected, these are the people that you represent and not the the people building the houses. You represent the city citizens, and hopefully you have heard what they need and want. Thank you.
Thank you. Jane Worthing is next.
Hi, my name is Jane Worthing, and I live at 20789 South Skyview Lane. Mr. Berkey, you and I had a conversation when you were running for city council about how I left Colorado to come here. So you may be hearing some repetitive stuff. We all got here somehow, whether being born and raised here in Kansas or whether we moved here from another place. I am the other place. I was born and raised in Colorado, but had to leave because of things like this: overcrowding, overpopulation, too many people in one place at one time. Colorado decided to legalize a little herb about 7 years ago, and it brought an influx of people that I had never seen in my life. It brought an ungodly amount of homelessness. It brought a lot of people who were not there for the beauty of Colorado, and it has been destroyed. If you don't believe me, you can go take a trip and you will be amazed at how it's changed. I fell in love with Spring Hill about 5 years ago. My mom was born and raised in Hays, Kansas. Came out here to visit family my whole life, and my cousins lived in Woodland Ridge, and came out for a visit, and I couldn't believe this beautiful subdivision that was right down in the middle of cows and geese, and it was just beautiful. Reminded me of when I was raised in the mountains of Colorado. It was beautiful. We had had enough. In 2020, we put our house on the market in the middle of a pandemic, and we bought a house on Skyview Lane. And we went from having nothing but screaming sirens of fire trucks and police cars, actual vehicles crashing into our backyard in Denver, to sitting out on our back porch and looking at geese and people fishing and people walking their dogs. And I have the pleasure and the privilege of living there and walking my dog and looking at the cows across the way that are no longer going to be cows across the way. It broke my heart when I heard about this. I did not receive a letter because I'm not within the 200-foot line, but I am within a sight line of what's going to be going up. And I can tell you what happens when you put too many people in one place on roads that can't handle the influx of cars. You get people who are angry and bitter and mean, and that's why I left Colorado to come here, where the people remind me of Colorado 20 years ago. And I couldn't be more grateful to be where I am here, and I hope that you hear everything that everyone has said tonight and take it into consideration before you do what happened to my home state, because I really don't have it in me to move again, and I don't want to. I want to stay here because I love it here. It is gorgeous. It's beautiful. It is my paradise. And my people back home who say, how can you live in Kansas? They have no idea because they're frogs in boiling water right now. And I'm not that frog anymore. So please don't take this away from us.
Thank you. Next, we have Jason Bruce.
Good evening, Jason Bruce, 20721 South Skyview Lane. I wasn't planning on speaking tonight, but my neighbors tricked me into it, so appreciate that. Love you guys. I won't stand up here and reiterate a lot of the things that have been said. There's been a lot of great points made. I'm the Parks and Recreation Director for the City of Gardner, getting ready to start my 20th year there. I've seen a lot of growth since 2003, Gardner and Spring Hill. I know we can't stop growth. People here don't want to stop growth. We just want to grow smartly. And I think a lot of that has to do with the comprehensive plan that, from what I've seen, hasn't been updated since 2007. And I think that's a lot of things that this is going to start with, is getting citizen input, public feedback, and growing smart. So it's great to see a crowd show up at a city council meeting. Appreciate you guys volunteering and being elected officials. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Kevin Green.
I can't have it.
All right. Thank you. Next, we have Maria Shute, maybe? Maria. All right, next we have Nola and Jim Howard.
Hello, I'm Nola Howard. I live at 19309 West 199th Terrace. So I'm at the north end, the complete north end of Brookwood Farms. And I signed that thing out there. I didn't know I had to get up here. We just want to make sure that the traffic, we live off of 199th, and it's nice going up and down. But these little streets, they just cannot take it. If my grandson was out here, I don't know what, I mean, he wouldn't be able to go up and down the street on his bicycle. And I wouldn't want him to, so I don't know. I hope you guys think about the people and not the builder and vote against this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Meredith Lockard.
Similar to that young lady, I didn't know I was signing to speak. I was signing in. But in Meredith Locker, 20729 South Barker Road, obviously in Woodland Ridge, in support of everyone else out here. I come from a parental side, and I come from someone who has lost a child, or knowing someone who has lost a child in an accident that was poorly planned and poorly thought out. And I ask everybody in this room, and everyone who's going to vote for what's coming in our future, to think about your own children, and to think about your neighbor, or your brother, or your wife, or your uncle, or your cousin, or someone that's visiting that's going to be put in a situation that was poorly thought out. I work for a really large company, and we have had to endure a significant amount of growth. And over the past 3 years, we have sustained ideas to implementation. And we had these incredible ideas that were poorly implemented. This idea is going to make us a lot of money. Let's do it. And we put the wrong people in charge, and they implemented ideas without any of the steps in between, and they all failed. The people who took an idea and they researched it and they implemented it properly and with every angle possible that could come at them has succeeded and has grown this company to the third largest company in the United States that provides medical supplies. I would ask all of you to say, do I want to be the guy that comes up with a great idea to make a quick buck and not see the long-term effects of an implementation without research and without the time and study representing the people who voted for you, versus the long-term effects of if we make an idea and we know that our town is growing and we know people have chosen Spring Hill, Kansas as their home and they've invested their time and their money to be here. Long-term, if we do this correctly, we could be that place that grows with that serene reason that she moved here and that she wants her grandson to ride down that street for. We don't need another child to lose their life. We don't need another person for traffic injuries, for poorly planned, I have an idea, but I didn't implement it correctly. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Lauren Hampton.
She had to leave because she had 2 small children to tend to, so she said no, vote no.
All right. Thank you. And next we have Hal and Nancy Moore. Hal or Nancy, either one of you guys still here? All right, that is the end of the list that signed up. If there's anybody else that would like to step forward and say anything before we move on to the next item.
Corey Riffle, 20024 Barker Street, and I just wanted to make a few points on the rezoning. I live in Brookwood Farms, just to the north, and I actually back up to a property that is owned by the same person wanting to develop this area. And so I wanted to make a few points about all that. One, I just want to point out how interesting I find it that part of putting this in is a future plan to improve the streets of 207th. And I'm not here to argue that they don't need to be improved, but I am here to argue to say that there are several streets within Spring Hill that are literally crumbling into the ditches. And when you walk on those roads, and those kids are walking on those roads, they have to literally go into people's yards in order to allow the traffic to go through. And when I was going door to door during my campaign, one of the things that people mentioned the most is how much they hated how the subdivisions of the newer subdivisions got all of the nicer things. And I find it odd that we would take this money that we would have and then put it into improving a road that is in nowhere near condition that probably over half of our roads are within Spring Hill. Secondly, I want to talk a little bit about the financial future of our economy. As I'm sure many of you know that do a lot of investing and have a 401k, we've been in a bubble and we don't know when that bubble is going to happen. We thought it was COVID, it dipped, it came back. Ukraine gets invaded, and you saw today the markets quickly reverted back. And we have this developer who has bought the property west of Brookwood Farms, put in everything for phase one, and then has not built one house yet. And then put in all the infrastructure for phase two, and to this day still has yet to put one house in. We have no experience with this developer. And when you look, one of the gentlemen earlier mentioned that he tried to get a hold of the developer and couldn't get a hold of him. I'd like to buy some of those lots that are in that property west of me. And when you call the number on the sign, the lady will tell you that she no longer works there. That was 2 months ago. And then you get on the website there, it's been on there for, probably 3 or 4 months. And there was a builder that was on there. I called that builder directly to find out how I could get some of these lots purchased, and found out that from him that they are no longer developing that property, that the actual developer had removed all the other developers and are going to do it themselves. And then you go, in the last 30 days, you go to the website for this development and the site is down. Why? I have no idea. But I think about our economy and our future of what could be happening. A lot of these builders, they borrow the money, and interest rates have been at an all-time low. And the feds just announced the other day that they are more than likely going to be increasing the interest rates because of how high inflation is. These developers borrow a lot of money. And I would hate to see them developing a ton of land in Spring Hill along by Woodland Springs, by Brookwood Farms, by the rural areas, and then come to find out that it's just going to sit there because they don't have the money to finance what they're trying to get done. And then lastly, I want to state that as a governing body, as you all know, you are sworn to serve the will and the desire of the public. And tonight you heard a lot of the will and the pleasure of the public. And I ask that your vote be exactly that. Thank you.
All right, is there anyone else that would like to speak? If not, we'll go ahead and conclude the citizen participation period, and next we'll move on to the consent agenda. And then I'll just entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? If not, those in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion carries 4-0-0. Next, we'll move on to formal council action. And the first item on that is the appointment of a council member for the seat vacated by Steve Owen. Person I'm going to nominate tonight for appointment to fill the seat vacated by former Councilman Steve Owen is someone that has a master's degree in business administration and has an extensive successful work history in the biomedical field. I think that education come forward as my nomination for appointment. You could just stand there, yep.
That's all you had, just to be uncomfortable.
And then I would just entertain, a motion to approve Chip Van Houten as a council member.
Is that written up? I move to approve Mayor Berkey's appointment of Chip Van Houten to the city council.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? If not, those in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion carries 4-0-0. And Madam Clerk, will you please administer the oath, please?
Okay. I, Chip Van Houten, do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Kansas, and basically discharge the duties of council member for the city of Spring Hill, Kansas. So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
You. Congratulations. Thank you. Great, thanks.
You want to click on the first one, the agenda.
Thank you. Awesome.
So that's just the agenda. The e-packet is the whole thing.
All right, next item on the agenda is to consider resolution number 2022-R03, resolution consenting to the substantive and authorizing the execution and delivery of certain documents in connection with the industrial revenue bonds taxable under federal law, Series 2020, with Mid-Am Building Supply of the city of Spring Hill, Kansas. And Mr. Burton or Mr. Ellsworth, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Tyler Ellsworth with the Kutak Rock Law Firm. Our firm is the city's bond counsel. And I'd like to provide just a little bit of a background on this item that's presented for your consideration this evening. I just have a few brief remarks, and then we can talk about the specifics of what is being requested here. In many ways, this is a formality, but city council approval is required. But by way of background, the city issued industrial revenue bonds in 2020 to finance an expansion to the Mid-Am Building Supply facility on 207th Street. For what it's worth, the bonds are not used as true financing in this context. They're really just a mechanism to provide a property tax abatement for to incentivize the expansion of this facility. So the bonds aren't an obligation of the city. There are no tax dollars being paid here to repay the bonds, but the bonds were issued, and under the bond structure, the city leases the property to Knables Inc., which is a Mid-Am affiliate, and Knables subleases the property to Mid-Am. Mid-Am reached out to the city about 30 days ago and said, we're in the process of selling our business to a large Canadian corporation. How does this impact the industrial revenue bond issue and our property tax abatement? And what it requires is city council consent to the new Mid-Am entity that will be the subtenant under the deal structure. We've been assured that there's no change in the number of employees who will be working at this facility. There's no change to the nature of the business that's being conducted there. But because the lease documents say the subtenant is one Mid-Am entity, and after this corporate sale, there will be another entity in its place, council approval is required. So the item before you for consideration this evening is a resolution simply consenting to the new Mid-Am entity. Again, no change to the deal structure, no change to the industrial revenue bonds, and the bonds themselves are not paid from taxes. So just asking for your consent to this new change in the subtenant. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Is there any concern with this being a Canadian-based company?
No.
Just basically
there's
outside
not.
of the country?
There's not, yeah. The new entity is or will be required to be qualified to do business in the state of Kansas. It's an LLC, and so we'll make sure that that's the case, but otherwise, no concern.
And I believe they already own a bunch of other enterprises throughout the United States, if I did my research right.
I think that's correct.
It doesn't change the timeline on the abatement at all?
It does not. That's a very good question, but there are no substantive
'Cause
changes
it's
to the deal.
year and a half, 2 years-ish into the 10-year abatement, if that's correct,
That's correct.
approximately.
That's exactly right. Yeah, we're in the second calendar year of the abatement in 2022, but it will not be
So
extended.
it's not a
or
reset on
anything.
the 10 years.
Not at all.
Any other questions? Any other discussion? All right.
All right.
Thank
That-
you.
Yep.
All right.
Motion?
I would entertain a motion to approve. Yeah, to put aside.
I move to approve resolution number 2022-R-03, consenting to and authorizing an execution and delivery of certain documents. I'm sorry, I'm reading this. In connection with the industrial revenue bonds. Series 20.
I second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? If not, those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Did
Aye.
anybody- Motion carries 5-0-0.
All right. Thank you.
All right, I had a request to take a bathroom break before we move on to item number 13. So if everyone's okay with that, we'll go ahead and take like a 5-minute bathroom break and come right back in. Move to recess.
So we're looking for somebody to say move to
Yeah.
All right, I entertain a motion to recess for 5 minutes.
I make a motion that the governing body recess for 5 minutes and reconvene at 7:05.
How about 9:05?
9:05?
Excuse me, 9:05.
Second.
I'll say.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Motion carries.
Aye.
Aye. 5-0-0.
Aye.
Big powwow for the first one, huh?
Yeah, they're usually not quite this crazy in this long. Everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're usually about an hour. Sometimes only 45 minutes.
Way to go, Trent.
Yeah. Diana, did you second that recess? I did, yes. Yes. Did Glenda? Did you get my entire motion on that? I'm sorry, on the first resolution, did you get my entire? Yeah. Okay, I was basically just working. Yes, that's perfect. It was long. Good call on the recess.
I meant to do it before. I meant to do it before the first resolution.
Oh, yeah. Oh, sure. That's why I said, you absolutely. Thank you.
Takes about 10 seconds. Give you whatever's up there. With you over here, it's not too bad.
Yeah, right. Totally. Thank you.
Chuck, do you take anything in it?
No, man.
Okay.
Glenda, do I need to announce it?
Yeah, you're welcome. Doing good. You're solo tonight.
Yep. I don't know what you're gonna do. Maybe that, like, I didn't ask a lot of questions, just a lot of questions. I would ask her sometimes, just get some background history on some details. Yes. So I might get some real quick.
Is there a bottle of water over there?
No, but there might be an X.
I was gonna say, it was pretty fun for that.
Yeah. I told him I came in on chickens. Chickens was the hot topic.
I remember that. I remember that one.
We have.
If I have to.
Wow.
Remember the old internet,
What time did you say?
9:05. 7:05.
We're about there.
That's 7:05, 2 hours ago.
All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and reconvene here. Give you a few seconds for everyone to get back in here and get seated. Or get back.
Yeah. And Glenda.
I'm going to wait a couple more minutes for the city staff to get back in here. I didn't realize that they weren't back in their spots quite yet. There's one. Yeah, I don't know. Somebody catch him in the hallway?
Maybe he's filled with the surf dispenser.
Bear with us, guys. We're waiting on Mr. Burton. He's got the floor on the next one, so. That's like right here. All right, guys. The next item is to consider the approval of ordinance number 2022-02, rezoning 207th and Ridgeview. And Mr. Burton, you have the floor when you're ready.
Okay, good evening. Welcome to the new members, new member tonight. Maybe. Shoot, I'm not much better than anybody else here. I'll try the other side and see if it works. So what we have tonight, we'll get started here. What we have tonight is rezoning of property that we've been discussing. As I'm showing you the preliminary plat here of the property in question. So the first rezoning is actually on the RP1. It's an RR going to an RP1 district, which is a planned residential district. Phelps Engineering is submitted on the Kraus property. The owner, the property has not changed hands yet, so the owner of record has proposed this, and that would be Mr. Kraus Trust. It's a 67 or 68.7 acre plus or minus, located at 19380 West 207th Street. As I said, it's, right now it's currently zoned the RP, or the currently zoned RR going to RP1. On the February 3rd, Planning Commission meeting was conducted a public hearing, rezoning request. Staff presented the report that everyone has a copy of, and clarified questions from the Planning Commission as well as some of the members of the public. After review, and the following Planning Commission voted ununanimously to recommend it. It was a 8-1 vote. Isn't that correct? What? Oh, it was unanimous for RP1, I'm sorry. It does say it does say unanimous. So for the RP1, there was some protests that were presented for the protest petitions in the 14-day period. And we had looked at this. I might as well go ahead with the protest. And this is going to roll into the RP3 also. The protest petitions were put in. Our city staff validated them. One of them was not valid, and the other was. Come to find out, there was a calculation error by staff, and neither petition was valid. But in us writing that we had at first agreed that the one petition for the RP3 was valid, then we're going to stand by that. We are going to present it as the RP3, as that was a valid petition. Okay, and that will be the next ordinance. So, Planning Commission then discussed it, and Planning Commission and staff has sent that as a recommendation to approve the rezoning, or the ordinance 2022-02 for the rezoning application for Z72-2021 of Woodland Crossing South subdivision from RR to RP1. I'd like to go ahead and kind of go off track like I usually have, a very consistent way, but I'd like to answer all the questions. We have our engineering here, we have the owner, we have the engineering of the ownership to answer any question, and we want to try and clear up every question. So to start out, the zoning of nearby properties, we know there's it's R1, it's R1 zoning across the street, and there's a lot of RP zoning in the area. I'm in the town. So throughout the entire town, though, there is a lot of RP zoning, RP1, RP2, and so on. Across the street at Woodland Ridge, it is R1 zoning. On the corner of Woodland Ridge, it is an it's an R2 zoning for duplexes or a multifamily, you could say, use-wise. Here's the zoning map. As you can see, this is the R2, this is Woodland Crossings here, or Woodland Ridge, I'm sorry. And then this is the R2 zoning. This is the property in question. This property right next to it, to the west or to the east, is a city-owned property that is designated as a park ground. It's around a 26-acre piece. This is the property that we're looking at in question. So in that, going back through the, I want to show you the homes that they were looking to build. Well, that's not it. So the homes that they're looking to build, these are the fourplex type. As you can see, some of them are, but this has nothing to do with that part of the zoning. I apologize for that. I do apologize. So this is the homes that they had presented to build. These homes are being built in Boulder Springs, that has an an RP zoning in Boulder Springs, right across the street from Brookwood Farms. I looked up in the tax records just a little bit ago on some of the houses on the south end of Brookwood Farms, and they're running 1,500 to 1,700 square foot. These houses are 14 to 1,600 square foot. So comparable size in comparison to the homes to the north. Now, when you go across the street, there is an area there that Woodland Ridge that there are some larger homes there. 207th Street. So as far as affecting the value of the homes, there's mixed use all over, and we have not seen any value change. One example, well, we'll get into that in a second here. So on the part of where we're talking about the floodplain issue, it seemed to be a major concern. And we did look at it. Now, at the Planning Commission, we had one member said, oh, we've never studied floodplain so much. Well, we have. He just wasn't on the commission for Dayton Creek. So we've studied floodplains in extensive areas, in different areas is what I'm getting at. So here is the property up here in question that we are talking about tonight. You can see the floodplain starts to the north, comes down, which is just a minor, it is a drainage area shown. When you get down here to Woodland Ridge, as you can see, they already are in the floodplain area of that. And the water increase on this, I'm going to let Judd talk about this, the floodplain and the water. We can do that after I go through some stuff, or would you like to address it now?
You can go ahead and keep going.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Judd will address the floodplain area and the impacts to it or non-impacts to it. So we'll take a look at there was a lot of comments made about the flood insurance by the federal government. And that is true. The federal government controls that, but they also control the floodplains. Mm-hmm. They send out the maps. They do all the public hearings on that. There's actually new maps coming out in March. And some of the areas increase. And there are very few that decreased in our area. And what I have is a really, as far as floodplains, and there's a reason they're called floodplains, like floods, and or it is proposed to flood under the federal guidelines. We talked about the petitions. I apologize about the information that was not supplied to anyone that had filed a core request. I'm sure, though, that was there true core requests filed? Okay, so some of the information has to come that was asked for comes from third party. I do apologize for that. We should have stayed on that more. And that is, part of, some of it though was not easily obtainable due to a lot of the development where we're talking about infrastructure and all, that's not even really studied and looked at or drawn until the development is approved through that. And then the engineers will look at it. And we have had cases where something didn't work correctly and had to go in and change a little bit, maybe make an area of detention larger, which we had that in Cummins. It's an area detention and it had to be increased a little bit. So all of that's looked at engineering it after it leaves community development and council and all. And it's looked at, studied, and made sure that everything is addressed. The comp plan, I'll go ahead and talk about the comp plan on this. The comp plan does address in the vision area of it, where it addresses what the vision of the area is. Now, the comp plan is very old. We have it this year to, to send out an RFP and get the comp plan revised. I'm having a little trouble with my internet here, apparently. I apologize. It's just, I have it on pictures also. So here we go. I'll just use this on the vision plan. So you can see on the vision plan, this is the vision plan this is the property right here in question. This is the city's property, basically right in there. On the vision plan, as you can see, it shows that that is a T4 area. And then up here, it's a T3 to T2 right in that area. What the comp plan says on that is that that is noted as a area, and it specifically says in here, I will show you, I do apologize for scanning back and forth, but it's just, so if you look at the general neighborhood zoning of the vision of the comp plan, and in that, I won't read the entire thing, but, and this also is, I mean, we're combining both of these kind of together, just because one is part of the other. And any questions, just let me know. And it shows in the neighborhood of the T4, and it specifically says townhomes, row housing, and other moderate density, well-designed attached housing products. And straight out of the vision plan that we followed, that's what they did. And the first plan that came in, we sent it back to them. It didn't follow the vision plan. Now, if you look at the future land use plan, it has like a mixed residential use and with commercial and all. And that's true, and this follows that general, but then we went to the vision plan because of the unimproved streets there. There was a original proposal for maybe some quite a bit of commercial there, and we took a look at the vision plan and said the vision plan doesn't say that. Here's what the vision plan says. So it went back, and it also shows it specifically along 207th, knowing that in the future 207th, and I didn't make a mistake at the Planning Commission, it's still an arterial. It's not a major. It is a minor arterial. The difference in that is a little bit of right-of-way. I'll show you what, on that, we have in there the right-of-way for a major or a minor arterial. This right-of-way isn't just in this subdivision. The subdivision across the street has the right-of-way. Actually, there's enough right-of-way given on that one for a major arterial, but it's listed as a minor, so that's what we'll stick with. I was going to show you I apologize. So 207th Street and Ridgeview. Ridgeview is the major and 207th is the minor. So we stuck to that plan as far as the minor arterial, okay? And in doing that, this was already envisioned out to improve. We have that on the 5-year CIP plan. I know, and it is listed in our CARS project for 2024. So we're planning ahead on these. We knew these were going to be very desirable areas to develop. And we are working right now here shortly, we'll be working in front of the elementary school, Wolf Creek Elementary, and widen that out. Ridgeview will continue to be widened clear down to 207th Street. It's already in our vision plan, and we are already working towards that. I know there was a lot of talk about funding. I might as well just go into that while we're at it. We charge 15.8 cents a square foot excise tax. On this particular property, approximately $346,000 on that, as well as additional road improvements to get into the entries, into pulling in there. So it's just the funding of that through CARS. We also have a special projects fund. What's the exact name of that? No, anyway, the special projects fund. And this year we set $600,000 in it. What is it now? Yeah, it is a special projects fund. And it has $600,000 was set in there for projects. I know that it costs a lot of money to do these, but we're trying to plan out where maybe on this, instead of putting 2 lanes on both sides, we would go ahead and plan out, put 1 lane each against the middle divider, but have the bridge systems built for the additional lane and work our way down through that. We're studying, does Woodland and 207th, would it be better to have a roundabout right there? The truth of the matter is the railroad would love to see 207th Railroad Crossing closed. But, we've had lots of discussions with the railroad on improvements and things of that. We're talking about the hill and all, we've all seen that, yeah, there'll be some elevational changes that'll be needed on 207th Street. And I'm just guessing here, whether we go up to the east and shave the hill down and make it more of a slope all the way down, what we do, that's up to engineering. But there are considerations going on for that, as well as Ridgeview. In conjunction with the county, looking at Ridgeview, because we do know that the east side of Ridgeview is in the county. And we showed this year, actually it was last year, I apologize, that we can work well with the county when we put in the roundabout. That was 3 sides county, only 1 side city. And it worked well. We all worked together on that. So I know I was a little bit off track, but I was trying to just give you a little bit of definition of how we are proposing to work with this. We had several questions. This is a map of connectors and arterials. I circled it there, not very good, but I did circle it. This is the streamway area. This is the property in question. And in this, it shows a connector link right here coming through. Well, when they draw these on the vision, it's more of a reminder saying, okay, staff, don't forget, you have to have a connector link. It doesn't mean that it follows this path, but we definitely need a connector link, and it's a reminder. So what staff has been looking at just generically is, well, I thought I did. We have a map of a connector link that I just threw together on that to try and figure out how this will all connect. And up at Brookwood Farms, this connector link here from Brookwood Farms, or road, comes down in here, and then it actually runs right here is road right of way to cross the park and use this as a connector link across, because it's drawn. Turn here or you come down here. It would be the connector link, so no one, even Brookwood Farms, could utilize it to quickly get, I say quickly, to utilize it to get to one side or the park. And what we've looked at the connector link of the park is that we've said, well, it would be a good idea to put it, and that's what I was drawing here, is going down through there on a connector link. And at that point, we could take and have the park, maybe the parking or something in this area also, and not cross this park several times. And then this connector link, and this connector link might come down here just a little bit. It does have to stay 500 to 660 foot off of that intersection. So I drew it up here, it may be down 200 foot when this development, and we're working with, he is correct, we're working with a developer right there on that. It didn't quite meet all the criteria. We went ahead, we were gonna take it to planning commission, and it was on there for approval, but it was on there more for, let's see, make sure these all work together here. So you can see how I drew this, and all of you been up Brookwood Farms, I hope, and you've seen when you come in there, this is called a non-profitable road that they built. There are no houses that will tie to that. In this piece here, when it comes into the city and they want to develop, most likely we will not allow them to just have driveways off of that. Okay? So it comes down, these guys built this road and it goes to nowhere right now. The vision shows that this road will serve additional properties, get it over to a major arterial. The whole concept that we try and work on is traffic flow to the arterials. Minor, major highways. And that's what we're trying to do. That's why we started up there, roundabout here. Traffic can flow here, flow down to 199th and all. You all went by Quick Trip and seen the major expansions that they've had to do to streets. And that is our goal, is to make traffic flow as well as possible and plan for the future. So, we were talking, there was some discussion about connectivity and children walking and all. We have this as park, and in this development, they are going to help fund both of these developments we've talked to, and they would help fund and get started a trail system through here. And our overall goal is to connect, this is it again, to connect the trail systems clear through all the floodplain areas. Just like Dayton Creek, a lot of people still don't realize it, and we would come down through here, utilize all this floodplain area to try and connect everything. We're working with another development right now on it. Dayton Creek has a great start on it. They have almost 2 miles of trails in there, in that floodplain area. And their homes association has graciously enough, they're taking care of everything. And the public is allowed to use it. Not the pool system, but the walking trail system. So there was I want to go back to home values real quick. Over here, and I can use one that we have in town, and it is Dayton Creek. And on this home values, what we were talking about is right here in the middle of Dayton Creek are our $1 million homes. Now, when Dayton Creek started, the homes down along 191st originally started selling for about $200,000. And I can show you that, and these homes they're going in there at Dayton Creek without any value problems or anything else. This is the first $1 million home that went in it. Right here. And so they've had absolutely no trouble with the values.
Pardon me, please stop
So
interrupting.
what I was trying to make.
I understand if people are referencing, or speaking to someone else or have a question, but rather than argue, Mr. Burton listened for a long time and allowed everyone to make comments. Please have the decorum to allow him to make those comments.
So to address a few, to address a few comments there on this, this in here, right here in Dayton Creek, you see how small those lots are? Now, they are still single family, but these homes, as you can see, have 10 foot apart. We still are issuing the permits. There's 16 lots in there for $1 million structures. And we're still issuing the permits for that. Even with the high volume of traffic going to the school and all around there. And I'm not trying to argue a point. I'm just showing you strictly what has happened in the community.
Could you tell us what the zoning is on that section?
RP1.
That's what I thought.
And they have 20-foot front, 20-foot back, 5-foot sides. Setbacks is what I'm saying. I apologize. Sometimes I just think people realize what I'm talking about. The houses can sit 5 foot away from the property lines on the side, 20 in the back, and I'm going to say 25 in the front. I think it is a 25. I apologize. So it's all tight knit. I mean, you can look from the aerial right there.
It's just for additional clarity too. All of the Dayton Creek neighborhood, with the exception of this small little piece in the southeast corner.
Yes.
Everything else is zoned R1.
That is correct.
And this is zoned RP1.
That is correct.
Okay.
And this is also maintenance provided, right? That
Nope.
section? It's not?
No, it's not.
Okay, I thought it was
This-
supposed to be.
Not this section.
Not that particular section?
They actually, it was discussed.
Okay.
And it did not pan out.
So these are just regular owned?
That is correct. And now, some of it, you pay a maintenance provided because they provide so much maintenance on all the trails and all. So if you read through the Homes Association, it'll say maintenance provided a lot in there. It's actually for the trails and pool and things like that. So, but yes, no, these houses, you have to maintain your own. I'm just using these, this is not an argument fact, it is just showing you what is already existing in the community that has not affected any value or anything. And they put a school in there. The school has a lot of traffic, you know, and it's still not affecting sales or anything in that area. And this area has a benefit district put on it. Now, I don't want to get into all that so it hasn't affected what we're seeing in Dayton Creek or in the area. Now, we're talking about connected living. They were talking about townhomes. I'll get back onto the subject. Well, we need to finish up with the RP1. The RP1, I've explained the vision plan, the comp plan, the size of homes that are right there in Brookwood Farms. A comparable size home is what they have proposed in the RP1. I'll go back to Brookwood Farms. A lot of Brookwood Farms, you know, they have 1 or 2 bedrooms up, and they get the 4-bedroom out of it, 4 bedrooms or the 3rd bedroom by finishing the lower level, the basement, especially on all the walkouts. You know, I did a lot of inspections on them. Some of them I could still just tell you what's going to be wrong, just because, you know, rough in, same the thing every time. Never mind, my humor's not too good. So, other than that, on the RP1, I hope I addressed everybody's questions. If there are any other questions, please, I want to address them right now on the RP1, and then we'll start with the RP3.
So I just went over the zoning map. I think it's the most updated one. I may be incorrect. It's updated 1/20/22, so hopefully that's the most updated. I was able to identify two other neighborhoods that we currently have, Wolf Creek and Boulder Springs, that are also zoned RP1. Is that correct?
That is correct. And we have in Boulder Springs has RP2 also in it.
That northwest corner, that top left corner of Boulder Springs, which is not developed yet.
Well, we also have RP2 right in the middle of it. That map may not express it, but
The map I'm showing doesn't show that, but it's got the majority of it at RP1 and then the top left-hand corner being RP2.
okay. And that is correct on that.
And then Wolf Creek is the same also. It's RP1.
Yes. And Wolf Creek is all RP1. And they actually had some RP, they still do have some RP3 or 4 in there.
Okay. The map doesn't show, well, maybe it does on the north edge.
Right, it does on the north end. It's a mixed use in there. And they were talking about like connected living of 8 to 10 units at a time. Now, it hasn't worked out all the time for them on some of it because of the school going in.
Yeah. Most of that RP4 zone that's on this map is where either Wolf Creek Elementary already is or where the middle school is.
That is correct. And so it was absorbed by an entity that changed the zoning like the school. Schools don't have to change zoning. So they can go in almost any zoning. Industrial is being one that there's usually a battle on. But yes, that's how those districts got changed. Everything that we're looking at, the vision has been since 2006, 2010. And we're excited about getting a new comp plan. And I hope, and I really mean this, we like community participation. And on this new comp plan, we really do hope that we see community participation in it, because it is a vision plan for the people. Now, this vision plan, as you could see, obviously we followed it pretty much to a T. And so in the upcoming changes to the comp plan, I hope there's a lot of resident and community, not even just residents, but outside our city also, participate in that, in visions for this, for the community. And we are a community also that all over in our comp plan says that we need to try and provide housing for all race, creed, economic, all that. It's in the comp plan lots of times. So it's a factor that we have to look at as well. And connected living, I know I'm going into the RP3 a little bit, I apologize, but it's all connected, It just has to be two separate ordinances. And the connected living, there was a real chance that we could have put that in R2 zoning. But, staff tries to look at it and say, hey, the true fairness of this should be an R3, so the community can see it, and the vision plan, that's what it showed. It didn't show connected living, but it does say row housing and things like that, and that's how old our book is. We don't dare put row housing in a commentary any longer. But, so unless there's other questions, I'll stop with the RP1.
Did you say that somebody would be addressing the flooding concern?
Oh, yes, we can right now. I just have to stop mine by code, and then it goes to the owner developer. And then I can come back. Are you ready for that?
I don't want to jump around, so I'll let you.
Yeah.
I
Are
just
there
wanna-
any
as
other
long as it's
questions
addressed
from the
somewhere.
council on this one?
The only other comment I had was that Boulder Springs in my research today, had homes for sale in the high 300s and 400s, which is RP1 zoning. And Wolf Creek had a couple of them that were both over 400 also, RP1 zoning. So RP1 zoning, in my eyes, and looking what we already have, doesn't necessarily dictate what the property value is gonna be.
That is
or drive
correct.
it down.
That is correct. And I know that it said, well, there should be studies made and things of that nature. We follow the vision is obviously, and then, like I said, throughout the code, and I hate to use the word discriminational, but we cannot discriminate against all types of housing. Now, we can guide it to make it the best we can, that's what we're trying here, and control factors like helping develop the park where a tighter knit of people will have somewhere to have enjoyment. And one of the reasons that we put 207th on the CIP in the cars is because we just knew that park is a draw. I mean, it is for developers, let me put it that way. And so that's why we had looked at that also. I mean, we'll say what they want, but it's pretty strange that we just picked 207th out of the blue for a cars project. It's not by accident. We've been looking at it hard.
So I have a couple other questions.
Yes, sir.
The first one, I guess, I just want to make sure on the sign issue, I know there was something that said that we had to have multiple signs.
Yes.
Because of that property. Do we have multiple signs out there?
We had one sign up.
Okay.
We did not have any more signs and we ran into a supply problem. And that's the truth. I mean, we're not making anything up. We received a new shipment of signs. You can go in my office and look at it. There was a sign up. We really don't even have to know. I know our code says that we do have to have signs up. And we have pictures of the signs that we did put up for the two different rezonings, the property to the east of this and this property. We did our notifications, and I mean, we did the best we could at that time.
Do we have any legal issues with that since we?
No, the signage is part of the notice for the public hearing.
Okay.
The public hearing was already held. That issue has passed and waived.
Okay.
Because the public hearing, the sign, in other words, the sign thing is related to the public hearing.
Held by the planning commission.
And that was already conducted 3-4 weeks ago. And it's one of the 3 or 4 ways that notice is provided of the hearing. So it's, at this point, it's no longer an issue as relates to the action being taken tonight.
Yeah, that's
all I'm looking for. Yeah, I just want to make sure we don't have any liability.
So that's why.
No liability.
And then could you go further into why the petitions would either be valid or invalid?
Yes.
For the two different.
Right, so they take, I'll let Chuck speak on it due to it's a legal matter, but I'll real quickly, I can tell you that they take the area of being rezoned, and then they take the area and the 2%?
I believe it's 20%.
Where's Dan?
Dan?
It's 20.
Yeah, that's okay.
20%.
20% of that, and I'll let Dan talk about it because.
That's fine. As a practical matter, Dan worked it out. And when Dan did the RP3 zoning, he looked at the reason that Dan designated that as hitting the 20% was he took all of the development inside, all of the proposed housing inside the proposed plat as part of the area. And it would not be, that would only be the RP3. So as a result, it just barely was at 21, counting houses that don't exist and plats that don't exist yet, but are rather up for your consideration tonight. Nonetheless, because the city deemed that protest petition, excuse me, as valid, the city's gonna honor that with regard to the RP3. Now, that's the RP3 question. On the RP1 designation, it was not regardless of whether you count those other properties or not, he did not, and you need 20% of the, of what is identified as the adjacent versus the development. And adjacent property is 200 feet, is defined as 200 feet if it's in the city, and 1,000 feet if it's outside the city. And that's standard definition for Kansas in virtually every city that I am aware of. So rather than saying just adjacent, which would mean literally across the street, it includes the term adjacent is defined as 200 feet to include more people. That protest petition would require 20% to be valid. It is at 1.3%. So that's why there's no valid protest petition on this.
On what we're looking at now.
Right, on the RP,
And actually, on the
RP1 zone.
RP3 also, but we are going to stick
Or,
to
like,
ours.
valid or invalid, what's it change what we're doing tonight? Or how does it affect what we're doing tonight?
Okay, how it
Well,
changes is this, and this part, on this matter, it doesn't, because there's no protest petition, because this matter was approved, this rezoning was approved by the planning commission, comes to the council. The council has essentially three options with regard to the RP1. You may overrule, for lack of a better term, the planning commission's recommendation
Which would essentially
by
be
a
denial.
two-thirds majority. You can approve it so a two-thirds supermajority is required to overturn, to deny it. You can approve it, accept their recommendation and approve it. That's a simple majority. Or you can send it back for further study, which is and continue the hearing. Those are your three options.
On
With
this
the
one.
with the RP3, I'll address with the protest petition in place. You have, it sets up sort of a more complicated situation where in order to approve it, you need a 0.75% supermajority. But in order to overturn it, you need a 2/3 supermajority.
So, and we'll address that.
We'll address that with the
We'll get to
RP3.
that one next.
Yeah, I just wanted to say. And then last thing before we get into the flood
Yes.
issues is, I'm also concerned about 207th Road as far as kids getting back and forth. Is there sidewalks kind of part of that plan too?
Yes, every plan that we do now with street improvements or reconstruction includes sidewalks.
Okay.
And hope, and will, there's no hope to it, we will tie into some sort of trail system through our park.
And if there's a tie, there's got to be something that gets them across 207th?
Yes,
Is that what you mean?
and we haven't worked that out yet.
Okay.
But, I mean, I say we haven't worked it out.
But that's the plan.
Right.
Okay.
And it may be similar to what we have at the end of Webster to get to the aquatic center. A light that you push and it,
Yeah.
stops everybody, so.
Those are all my questions outside
Thank you.
of the flood.
That's fine, thank you. You had flood?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Thank you. Thank you, Pat.
We can leave it,
I know you have to move it every once in a while.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name's Judd Clausen. I'm with the engineering firms Phelps Engineering. My address is 1270 North Winchester, Olathe, Kansas. Here representing Salee Development, Salee Homes, who's the applicant for
for this project, along with the property owner on this. A couple things. Wanted to just mention, there was comment about, what is Salee Homes and stuff. They've been doing business for decades, building quality homes, quality communities. They're not new to this. They've done quite a bit of residential in the Kansas City area. And I just want you to know that you have a quality developer here who's already invested millions of dollars into the Spring Hill economy and wants to continue to do that and help build Spring Hill. So we want to do that responsibly as well. A lot of great comments tonight from the neighbors. A lot of things to take back and work into the final design if we're allowed to do that. On the stormwater, first is a lot of great comments, a lot of concern about the stormwater. Obviously, up on the screen is our site here. We're very familiar with that. The lighter blue along here is what they call future floodplain. It's county floodplain. It's what the county had modeled with FEMA when they updated the floodplain maps. They went further up into the streams to make sure that as development happens, they know what the floodplain is going to be. We all know of subdivisions, and there's one to the south here that, was built too close to what ultimately is going to become a floodplain. There's lots of examples of that in the county, in the KC metro area, where FEMA's had to come in and buy out homes and stuff. So they had that studied further to the ultimate 100-year floodplain. And then as you go further down into the tributary area here, as you get down to about here, you get to the darker blue, which is the FEMA regulatory floodplain. But what I wanted to leave you with as far as the floodplain and the flood off of this is we have set this preliminary plat up, which you saw a picture of that earlier, but we are using the existing pond that is in here and upgrading that dam structure along with the outlet structure with it so that we hold back our 100-year storm, so that we provide the detention. And that's specifically under the city's stormwater ordinances, which reference a regional standard, which is called APWA. It's called Section 5600. It's what many cities have adopted. They make us look at several storm events, whether it's the 2, 10, 50, 100-year storms, make sure that we're not increasing our runoff off of our developed site past what is existing today. So detention is part of this. We cannot increase our amount of runoff off of our site. We have to provide detention, especially with the downstream flooding that we know currently exists that's there. So I want to put that part to rest. Couple things too that I wanted to say about the traffic. First of all, this is, the single family is 230 homes. They don't go all in tomorrow or even next year. It's a phased development. It's going to take many years to build this part out. So with that, on the south end, I'll zoom in here just a little closer. Our roads that connect into 207th Street, they align with the existing subdivision streets that are there today, Skyview Lane and Baker. So those are instead of a 3-way intersection there, it would be 4-way there. So they align with those existing intersections. I don't know if that was made really clear tonight, but we're not introducing a new location here. Secondly, is as part of the final engineering on this, we have a lot of steps to go through. I talked about the stormwater. There's detailed stormwater studies that have to be completed. I have to prove, all those calculations. I give that to the city's engineering department. The city's engineer will review that. Same with the traffic. We will be conducting a full traffic study on this if we can get past the zoning. We know that ultimately there's going to be more traffic. No one disputes that. But how you mitigate for that is you improve the road, or you do turn lanes, or you do things to accommodate for the traffic, for the growth of the community. Those traffic findings will be reviewed by the city traffic engineer as well, and some temporary improvements may be needed to accommodate the development or other developments around it. City talked about ultimately some road improvements that will go to benefit the overall area through here. One thing I wanted to also mention is that we are required to dedicate additional right-of-way along our entire frontage. So we have to dedicate 60 feet of half-street right-of-way for the ultimate arterial section. That's pretty common. Spring Hill has required that, Overland Park requires that, Olathe requires that. Many cities require that as development goes in, they have to dedicate the right-of-way so we have room to build the roads. And then we have to make sure that as our grading happens, if the subdivision goes in first, our grading has to match at the right-of-way line, so when they do the road improvement, we don't have a problem with grade tie-ins and things like that. And those are all things that the engineering department and ourselves will be evaluating and designing and approving as far as a permit. And then finally, and Pat mentioned this, is that this property, because it's unplatted and being developed, has to pay the excise tax. So as we plat projects, we pay excise tax. The city uses that money to help offset road improvements for arterial streets in the area. So that was my comments on the stormwater and the traffic. And again, we're glad to be here, and thank you for your consideration tonight. I'm here to answer any questions you have on those items.
I had a question, on those ponds. Is it my understanding that you guys are gonna enlarge those ponds to hold more water and then add some drainage off of it?
Right, because we all know those are existing farm ponds right now. They were built, for, watering cattle or, maybe enjoyment. They don't have a lot of storage built in or calculated to them now. We have to reevaluate that, raise the dam, adjust the pond perimeter, put in new outlet structures that hold back runoff, so that we do it in a controlled manner. And there's calculations that are required to benchmark that, to make sure that for the 2, the 10, the 100-year storms, we are not increasing that amount of runoff. We have to know what that existing storm is. What does that site produce today as far as runoff? Because we all know it does. And we all know that once pavement goes down and new house and rooftops go in, more runoff happens. And the way to control that, as evidenced by decades and decades of development in Kansas City and other areas around, is you put in detention to control that runoff.
So if you can hold more water, then it can flow at the same rate that it already flows at for a longer period of time to
So
get it out of there.
It flows
So
into the
you
detention basin. And
that greater amount of water comes in and it sits there in the pond longer because it takes longer to get the larger amount out, but you're not flowing any more, say it comes out at 100 gallons a minute or whatever, you're not bumping it to 200. I think they talked about this a little bit at the planning commission meeting, at how it could potentially improve some of it with adding the retention to it.
Many times, what you'll find when we do the analysis and we do those improvements is, for many of the storms, we actually decrease it further than what's going on today off that existing site. But you're exactly correct. You cannot release more than what is being released off of there today. So if it's 100 today and our site produces 200 now once it's developed, we have to detain that additional 100 so that we can't release more than 100.
You gotta stash it
as
somewhere.
today. Think of it as like a bathtub, and you've got, the faucet going full bore, and then you're letting it drain down slowly. And that's why they have an overflow to it.
Yep.
As far as the west side, I know the Abbott's, I think, is their property right there, and they were concerned with how much runoff they currently have going to those ponds. So the ones that they're talking about, those are going to stay, because in their understanding, at least from what I saw too, it didn't look like the ones they were talking about, their runoff goes to is going to stay.
And that's upstream of us. We're not changing that. That's going to continue.
Okay.
Continue to flow through our site. There may be a.
The plat might be good.
Turn on.
Over there. There you go.
Right. So that's coming from up in here. Of course, north is to the left here. And so it'll continue to flow through our site just as it is today. We're not changing those ponds. What we're doing is we're providing additional storage with this pond here and upgrading that. and other storage that will end up being built with the rest of the project. So that's all documented in the final engineering report, the final engineering drawings. That all has to go through, a third-party review, which is your city engineer, who has to hold us accountable, hold our client accountable for building those things. And then as we build those things and put those things in place, we have to certify that they were built right, that they were built to the right elevations, they were built to the right openings, the pipe sizes are right. We have to turn in as-built for those types of things, and that's part of this is what we said and this is what got built.
Some of the complaints at the planning commission meeting was that it's already an issue kind of downstream where it turns into an actual flood zone or, the future. Will this, I know you said it already, it might improve it, but is there anything that we address as a city to that if it doesn't improve, even with the, the flow coming down? Down probably on this, this area right here at the, probably right where the kind of this like Skyview cul-de-sac right there.
Where the blue starts.
Yeah, where the blue kind of starts. That's, I think, was a huge concern for people as far as how much is that going to be increased? Because obviously you're going to adjust and there's going to be water coming down. And I know it's not going to increase from there, but is it going to be any better in that area once the water gets there?
I mean, it could marginally be better. The key is not, we can't make it worse. We can't add more to it. We have to detain on our site the additional runoff that we have so that these elevations, this blue here does not get bigger because of our project.
Okay, so they should technically not have any change.
I would, whatever could happen there may be marginal. We are just one tributary of this. There's a tributary that comes in from the north. And there's other land area that drains to it. So as you can imagine, we're a percentage of the overall drainage area. And if we make ours hold to what it is today, or maybe improve ours, it is,
Should effectively improve it then.
It may improve it slightly, but
Yeah.
I can't sit here and say that you're gonna have a noticeable difference.
How do they evaluate that after you guys have done the development? Is there any type of study that goes on afterwards to determine that what you guys did in fact make it either equal or better than it was before?
I don't think that there is any sort of, other than.
Or an
just making
accountability
sure
measure,
that-
I guess.
Other than making sure that, our report that was reviewed by the city engineers, and our design was built according to plan with the as-built, that's really the standard of care to make sure that those things were implemented correctly, in the field.
What happens if this all happens and it does create more runoff? What's the next step, especially for the people in that subdivision, if this in fact does create runoff that was not anticipated or that was not accounted for? Okay.
I'm not sure I can answer that because, what we look at is what our development creates and what we develop in different parts as they come in, as they develop, have to look at not creating any more runoff than what is there today. And so that's really the benchmark that we have to hold ourselves to, on it.
Right, I guess what I'm saying is, what happens if you guys don't hold it to that? Are you guys liable for, if it does create more?
Yeah, I guess just the accountability of,
Yeah,
hey, we didn't actually do what we said we were gonna do.
Right.
He's
What-
asking,
what
what
is
if
it?
you're wrong?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if we're wrong in developing our site and we've created more runoff off our site, we have to go back in and fix it. I mean, that we would be held.
Yeah,
to that.
that's kind of.
We can't fix what's downstream that other people, other areas adjacent to us drain down through there and
Right.
cause, but we can be held accountable for what our development.
Yeah, that's.
And that's all I was wondering was for your part of it.
Right.
Okay.
And just to clarify, we have our city engineer reviewing your proposal to ensure that it's going to do what you're suggesting it will.
That is correct.
And so that's prior to homes going in.
That is correct, and that's, that's not something that's just new for this project, it's something that we have to do on every project, to evaluate stormwater, to evaluate traffic, to evaluate grading and erosion and those types of things, and make sure that we are meeting the code requirements, much like when you build a house, right? Your architect has to design your house correctly, use the right, lumber, use the right framing, those types of things. And then it goes to the city for a permit review, and they make sure that that's done correctly. And then they have inspections as part of your house being constructed, much like this, there's inspections. We have to pay an inspection fee to the city, and they watch to make sure that the contractor's putting in the pipe correctly, he's putting in the backfill correctly, he's building that berm for that dam correctly, so that it's done right with compaction and things like that. So there's a lot of steps in that process.
I know the flooding was a point of concern for myself as well as several members of this neighborhood. I've never gone through a process of developing a neighborhood, so I didn't know the order. It does make me feel better to know that it sounds like there is a plan, and there are steps to hold people accountable for said plan. I'm not sure that, I understand that it's not your responsibility to solve the floodplain issue further south of where you're proposing. My main concern would be that you're not adding to it.
Correct.
And if God forbid you did improve it, that's just an extra bonus. So again, I'm happy to see that there's a process in place.
Any other questions?
Okay, thank you,
Fair
council.
Dan Miller, he is here, Dan Miller's here. Lamper Nerson is our city engineer. They're a contracted engineer firm that has multiple different facets of engineering, where if we just had a city engineer, it might be a limited. They have all types of different engineers and look at all the calculations and all. And at the end, they have to submit as-built. To answer your question just a little bit on who double checks also, FEMA continues to look at floodplains and floodplain issues all the time, and that's why the revisionary maps come out and things like that.
How often does FEMA look at that?
I don't know, to be honest with you. The last one was just here recently.
Yeah.
And I think the one before that, I believe, was like 2006.
So are all these homes currently in a floodplain?
That's correct.
And so they're paying the flood insurance already?
I don't know for sure.
That's between you and their insurance provider.
Yeah, it's all up to, yes, every one of them are in the floodplain, as you can see. And that is 100% federal government. The city has absolutely nothing to do with that at all, except to make sure that we don't add to that by subdivisions. And this process is for every single subdivision. This one just happens to be next to a floodplain or flow into a floodplain. Eventually, everything flows into a floodplain. But this process goes through every subdivision. A good example where we had to really work hard, and I say we, the city and the city engineering, and I don't know if Dan was involved in this. It might have been the Ponzi Youngquist at the time. But where Boulder Springs flows across Woodland, the railroad was not very happy on some of it. And, they had to really look at that and adjust. And then the railroad, they wanted to make sure that the erosion control measures were in place correctly and things like that. So this is the same process on every subdivision.
Any other questions?
I don't have any questions, so just more
Thank you.
comment and discussion, I guess. I mean, number one, I appreciate everybody that came out tonight. Like, if I lived in Woodland Ridge, I would probably be doing the exact same thing that you guys are doing. This is a really difficult issue for all of us because I see the benefits and the cons on both sides of making this decision. I'm trying to boil it down as simple as possible. And if we approve this, my biggest concern is the road safety and the road. Like that would need to become a high on the list priority of getting it updated and improved. I think that also comes along with some added benefit of trails and connecting other neighborhoods together, which is a demand that this community has had for a very, very long time. And that's just one more piece that we can start trying to put that puzzle together. Voting no on this, my biggest problem is that we're talking about putting houses next to houses, homes next to homes. And it almost feels like we're trying to put a nuclear power plant in there with some of the sentiment that we're hearing tonight. And I just have a really hard time seeing and feeling like putting a neighborhood in between two other neighborhoods and connecting three neighborhoods next to a future park as a bad thing. I really do. And I understand the sentiment and concern about property value and where that comes from and how zoning affects that.
Yes.
And I don't see how that is a major negative effect as far as the types of properties that come into those other zones. I personally, I live in an R1 zone and I live a pitching wedge away from an R4 zone from my backyard. And it has not hurt my property value in this almost 6 years that I've owned my property. My property has gone up every single year in valuation. I bought my house in 2016. It's a 4-bedroom, 3.5 bath with a finished basement. Half of a duplex that I was just talking about in that R4 zone that I can see from my kitchen window sold for $10,000 less than I bought my house for in this past fall. So, and the other piece that really gets me is we desperately as a community need more affordable homes, more affordable housing. We've heard a lot of sentiment that says we're okay with development here, but we want it to be the right development. And, you know, we want development's all right, but we don't want this kind or certain kinds. And, you know, or, you know, there's a better place to put different kinds of developments. And, you know, I've heard so many stories through campaigning and through personal connections that I have of people that want to move to our community and they can't because they're priced out. They just can't afford it. And there's thousands of stories just like that. And they're not people that, you know, that we're kind of thinking of. These are people that work, their families, like they're people that are living within their means. I mean, that's what's in the R4 zone that I drive through every single day to get to my house. It's duplexes and a retirement community. And it's R4 because the retirement community has like 6 of them tied in one building, you know? So, that's where I'm at. I have these two big red flags on both sides of it for those one things. You know, I could talk for another 30 minutes, but I want to try and be respectful of everyone's time too.
Thank you. Is there any one part you would like me to address? Okay, thank you.
I mean, I just want to say, I agree with a lot of what Mr. Peel said. I too live next to some R2, and I'm sorry, I don't think we can answer questions or anything right now, but you know, I think value-wise, for the RP1 zoning, I don't have as big of a concern. I deal a lot in the commercial residential real estate realm, and the RP1's I don't think gonna cause too much of an issue as far as valuation goes, right? It's a matter of, does it screw up your view, you know, and does it create more of a hectic lifestyle for you because of the traffic and for your kids? For me, those are the major concerns, the traffic and the kids. I think if we address those issues, that's where it becomes less of an issue to approve something like this. And this is strictly talking about the RP1. We see it in Dayton Creek, we see it in other areas where you can still have nice homes. I think they are going to be comparable technically, you know, square footage wise on a main level to some of the other homes kind of adjacent to it. But I don't think it's going to be anything that's going to come through and knock your value down more than one, I don't think it's gonna affect you like a 10, 20% value like some people sound like they think it's gonna affect. I mean, yeah.
Hey, guys, I
No,
want to be respectful to
that's
everyone.
fine.
The citizen participation period has already ended, so please be respectful and let the council.
No, and I do live by nicer, multifamily and apartments. I do. And so, that's what I'm saying. But for RP1, they are single family homes. They're happening in other very expensive areas and they're not hurting values. But I do appreciate everybody coming out. I do appreciate all the emails we got and the other communication. I would just remind everybody, I would send it to us individually because then we can respond. When you send it to us as a whole group, it's harder for us to respond to it. I'd like to be able to respond to a lot of your emails. And it's something that we're not really supposed to do if it's a group email like that, just because of the COMA violations and things like that. So I just wanted to also bring that up, but thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions?
I had 4 points that were concerning to me, and I went out and talked to as many people and got as much information as I could to try to address them, support them, or debunk them. My first concern was, and that I think we also heard from a lot of people here tonight, were home value. I know you already touched on it, and so did you. I did reach out to some professionals in the industry, not a realtor, the owner of a real estate agency who serves Spring Hill. I asked, in their experience, how did this affect existing homes? The response that I was not expecting was little to none. Again, not my opinion. That's from the owner of a real estate agent, a real estate firm. I also did my own research, and I just picked 4 random homes that face Black Hawk Apartments. And that is a different type of zoning. And I looked at the home valuation from Realtor.com. I picked 2 that were directly across from Black Hawk, and I picked 2 that were not directly across but were within eyeshot of the complex. And the average of the 4 homes from 2017 to 2022 went up roughly 20%. So I did not see a decrease. Again, this was to my surprise. My next concern was roads and traffic. You have addressed that there are plans for that. I'm also happy to hear that there are sidewalks.
Yes.
That's exciting. Emergency access, I don't know what the normal ratio of roads versus, and we talked about that in a meeting, and I thank you for.
And I can address it if you like.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just the collector street that you had mentioned earlier was very helpful to know that
And-
not all of these people are
Right, and.
necessarily having to dump out on
Bet.
207.
That's what the emergency access, the collectors are trying to do, and multiple ways in and out.
Essentially, it could push a lot
And-
of those people north.
That's correct.
Out of there, taking 199th, which is already a major artery.
Yes, and you could take the people from the north, and bring them down to Ridgeview or possibly clear down to 207th. And, we know that road there at Brookwood Farms, that's what it was built for, And then the other concern I'll address with you is, single access. When it starts out, and this is always addressed by the fire department. So the single access will come in. I don't know if they'll go ahead with 2 accesses. We saw it in Foxwood Ranch, that they went ahead and put both accesses in immediately. But the fire department goes in and determines how many units can continue to build. We saw that in the subdivision right across the street. It just kept going and going, and finally said, nope, stop, put the second access in. And the fire department watches that. We rely on public safety, the professionals in that, to tell us that.
My last concern was the flooding. I honestly didn't have a concern until it kind of became a buzzworthy concern, and then I thought, okay, well,
Sure.
I need to do my due diligence and look into this. And you and I had looked at flood maps, and
That's correct.
that was, again, educational for me. And again, hearing what is planned and the accountability that is there, knowing that they cannot add any more runoff. Again, I went into this thinking like, I'm gonna get some information that's gonna support or debunk, and to my surprise, a lot of it was addressed.
And we do have some sympathy for the people down that are in the floodplain. We have to, right now, staff, I believe, does a really good job of planning as we've gone through all this. I truly believe that if we would have had the staff today, when the subdivision went into the south, that those homes would not have been built in that floodplain. I'm not, and I'm trying to be careful. I don't want to discredit anyone else, but I truly believe that we look at it, look at everything, and so that's all I have to say about that.
Anyone else?
I had one more question for
I forgot.
Mr. Burton.
Yes, ma'am.
And of the homes that are being built by Salee Development, how much square footage and the price range of those homes in this development? And then on the multifamily townhomes, what percentage would be, what price range for the townhomes? And would they be purchased, or which ones would be rental on percentage wise in that development?
Okay, if I could, I'll address the R1, RP1 now, and then I will address the townhomes or connected living in the next, if you don't mind, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, so the square footage we'd looked up, and it's very comparable to Brookwood Farms. The price point, I don't know. I would imagine that all of them, if Brookwood Farms is bringing 400, these are going to bring 400. Maybe with a couple 100 square foot off of them, they'll be 350. Now, that's just an educated guess on seeing what the market's doing. So,
Okay.
but these homes are like Brookwood Farms, but some of them already have 3 bedrooms up, and you could easily make it a 5-bedroom house, which increases, by doing the basement, finishing the basement, would increase the value, as has happened in Brookwood Farms, where they have 2 up, they put 2 down, and now it's a 4-bedroom home.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Just for sake of discussion, why do we go with RP1 over R1?
Okay, so, one, land costs, and it's shown that, and it really is shown that now people don't want to mow a lot. And and I knew it's coming, but people really don't. They want to mow less, and they have more time to do things that they need to do or want to do. The other is that condensing down your side setbacks and all, you gain some ground clear through there and able to put in better amenities. That the pool area and all, it was a big factor in Estates of Wolf Creek in trying to reduce the land that was being used to be able to provide land for the amenities. There's a lot of factors that go in it, but that is mostly to gain more ground, either more lots or to place amenities in it.
And that's the prerogative of the developer.
Yes.
To choose what type of lots and what types of homes they want to develop and sell, more or less.
That's correct.
As if they want to build $5 million homes, or if they want to build 10 $500,000 homes, it's the same amount of money, but it's up to them to decide how they want to sell it and to judge the market. how
But it also
they
has
think
to-
that'll balance. But it's our job
to
to
follow the comp plan a little.
follow the comp plan,
And-
and see if it fits with the area.
A lot of these lots are the same size that's in the states of Wolf Creek.
That's what I know. To me, it looked very similar to Wolf Creek.
That's correct. And I use Wolf Creek as an example because the homes are valuable there. The value of the homes are greater, let me put it that way.
Once it's RP1, are they able to backtrack and do larger lots if they decide to go that route?
Yes, they would, and we've had that in.
So the reason you don't go R1 is because if you want to do RP1, you can't do it. If you go RP1, you can do R1.
That's correct.
Okay.
And
can build up and not down.
Yeah.
the estate lots were originally platted in Dayton Creek as, I think there was 50 lots in there. And they came in and put 16 in because they wanted $1 million homes to start. And we have several subdivisions that come in and replat. And sometimes it's, we've actually, Boulder Springs, I'll use it real quick. They came in and replatted to be able to put amenities in. When that was first approved by Planning Commission, I think in '06 or somewhere in that area, there were no pools, no amenities at all that were gonna be there. So they came in and replatted, and to help for the use of the ground and the amenities, they went in and did an RP2 and an RP1 to get a little more ground to be able to put the amenities in. Because, you know, remember, we're talking about smaller side setbacks and things like that.
I know we're talking a lot about, where they're gonna put stuff and layouts and aesthetics and things like that, but really this is just rezoning.
Yes, that's correct. And
The details of the plat and he was gracious enough to offer that in advance.
right,
That is all going to be decided final.
at each final plat,
Right.
we'll have to approve right away and things of that nature.
I think the zoning is still important though to have some idea because
Actually,
you kick it down the road and we're not here, it could be somebody else deciding, hey, we
Well,
wanna, you know.
right, so I think what Ms. Roth was trying to get to is in a typical zoning, and without permission from the ownership, we really cannot ask size of homes and things like that. This is a zoning. But this happens to be an RP, and they will give us anything we want. The developer has been very gracious in giving us, even a typical plot plan, of what they're gonna do.
So
So,
probably better off giving us something rather than us assuming it's even
Oh,
worse,
sure,
right?
sure.
So that's,
and
for me, that's important.
we ran across this,
Yeah.
we actually had an attorney contact us, and not from this group, a different group, and say, you're discriminating against my client. It was a straight R1 zoning though, it was not an RP zoning. That makes the difference that we can ask more questions, we can ask for more material and things like that.
Okay.
And for me personally, the biggest thing for me was the safety issue along 207 with kids and stuff. So I'm happy to hear, and in discussions I've had with you prior today, that
Yes.
the sidewalks are going in there.
Yes.
That is going to be, because I think that's huge. I have 4 kids myself, so safety is obviously a major factor with young families, and so I'm happy to hear that that's being addressed.
Yes. And like I said, I've only met the developer once. I work with the engineering firm, Phelps, and they do probably 80% of everything in town. And, his concerns are, he knows that improvements have to be made and he does it, A perfect example is they're at Woodland tying a sidewalk from his development all the way up to 199th Street. So, for connectivity. Up the hill, if anybody's familiar with turning from Woodland to 199th up the hill.
Any other discussion or questions? If not, we'll move on to entertain a motion. Anybody? Anybody?
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to approve ordinance number 2022-02.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any additional discussion? If not, Madam Clerk, please call roll of the governing body.
Mr. Van Houten,
Turn your mic on.
Yes.
Ms. Roth,
Abstain.
Mr. Peel,
Yes.
Mr. Young,
Yes.
Mrs. North,
Yes.
Mayor Berkey.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0-1.
All right, the next item on the agenda is the consider approval of ordinance number 2022-03, rezoning 207th and Ridgeview R-R to RP3, Woodland Crossing South, and that is Mr. Burton again.
Thank you again. I think we've gone over most of it, but on the details of it, we'll go through a little bit of it here. It is going from an R to an RP3, same applicant as well as the same owner, Kraus Trust. They're asking for connected living, which they have drawn and designed on their plan as fourplexes that they will have to, they will have to adhere to fourplexes because it is a planned zoning. I apologize. Somewhere or another, I gotta figure out how not to do all that. So it is right here with fourplexes, as you can see in this, that it is designed as fourplexes. You can see 4 of them there, the driveways and the connecting. These, in accordance to, in talking to the fire department, that when they start these, they'll look to make sure that there's 2 accesses in, or in the process of putting them in. If the streets and all have been approved, and let's say we're just waiting for KDHE approval on sewers and all, and I say that because they've been running slow on getting approvals on some of that from KDHE, then, and bonds are already in, then construction can start. So that was just a side note on it, but I just wanted to let you know, because I know there's been a lot of talk about the safety of it and concerns about public safety. The Planning Commission at their February 3rd, 2022 rezoning hearing, on a public hearing, and they concluded that it was voted on by an 8-1-0 vote to recommend approval. 1 member voted no with a lot of floodplain questions and concerns with downstream. So overall, and the comment was that, well, we've never talked so much about floodplain, but as I mentioned earlier, there was a lot of discussion with Dayton Creek. That member just had not been present or on the board at that time. So floodplains do bring out a little different type of concerns and all. We dealt with people upstream and downstream of the other subdivision. So in this subdivision, I think we've covered everything on it. There was a protest that was filed. It was first validated by staff that it was a legal protest. Later, in really looking at it correctly with the two separate zonings, it was not a valid protest. As I said before, we first said it was a valid protest so that we will stick to that type. Now, in that, Chuck can give us a brief
Very brief.
of what that entails.
Because of the protest petition and the determination that the protest petition was valid, you now, on this issue, you require a 3/4 supermajority to approve the Planning Commission's proposed rezoning. You require a 2/3 supermajority to decline theirs, and you would simply require a regular, normal majority to continue if you sought additional information.
And I do apologize, Mr. Dunley, I called you Chuck. I just get so used to talking to you.
Chuck is fine.
So, with that, the Planning Commission and staff recommend approval of 2022-03. We'll entertain questions, please.
On those multifamilies, they will not be rentals, correct? They'll be owned.
Okay, so we have not received any type of formal writing or anything from the developer saying that there won't be some rentals. What they are doing though is on this connected living, when they put the wall up, they're gonna go ahead and survey in between each one so that it is a true townhome, and at any time they can sell those. Because then it gives a true center wall for the mortgage company, title company, everybody. So now we do know that some of them will be sold. And again, it provides another type of price point for people. And, you know, a lot of times in this will happen is, and I've actually seen this already in the duplexes over at Boulder Springs, somebody will buy the whole thing. They'll live in one and rent 3. Then everything's paid for. Now, in this, it will have a homes association that will control, and a fund built that will control if one roof goes bad, you don't have a green roof, a blue roof, and all that. The roofs all get fixed. If it needs painted or something is damaged on the outside, everything will be taken care of in this. So it's not quite great. It's not quite, that means it's time to go home. It's not quite completely maintenance provided, but it's real close. And the association and I mean, our concerns are always, and we've seen this on some duplexes down off of Main Street where one guy has to have a roof and his insurance company says, yeah, and the other guy, and they literally build it to the center.
Yeah.
And we have a real nice black roof and then we have, an off color. So this is control factors that are being put in place also.
So they'll be able to be purchased individual units.
Yes.
And at that point, it'll be up to the person or entity that purchases it to decide whether it's going to be a rental or that person is going to live in it.
That's correct. It's just like any other fair
It's
market
like
housing.
any other residential home or anything else.
I truly have a friend that goes in brand new subdivisions, buys them because that's usually the lowest price because they want to get things going. Sits on them 5 years, sells them for twice.
Now, the HOAs can go through and say that you can't rent them out.
That's correct.
Is that something that we can work with?
We've contacted them, and like I said, we really tried to get that where it would be in it. We'll look at it and see if we can get something like that in that. you're going real close to, a discriminational type situation.
Well, and
Because we can rent our houses.
I would think too, like if it's got an HOA, the homes in the RP1 zone are gonna have some due influence over how the HOA operates.
It's gonna be one large HOA for
Yes,
the multifamily and for the single family.
Yes, the multifamily will be a little different just because of the maintenance on the outside.
I was gonna say, we can't do anything to say it has to be maintenance provided or anything like that. That's all up to the developer.
It is, but we're having influence on how they write that for the multifamily or the connected living. To make sure we do not have a problem with, like I said, the different type of shingles and things like that.
Is there a reason why it's off of 207th? Is it because it's a major or a minor?
Sure.
Is it there instead of having it kind of further back in the neighborhood?
Yes, exactly. And the vision plan called exactly where that's at. And as we know, and I know it's really hard for people to envision 207th being 4 lanes but we can look at a lot of streets in the Johnson County area that were almost dirt and now they're major. And yes, then typically you see the connected living against your arterials.
And once again, that was in the comp plan.
It is in the comp.
2006.
That's
so
correct.
This wasn't something anybody recently came up with.
No. As I showed, I can show it again if you'd like, but it's straight out of the vision plan. A comp plan that it's the vision of.
The vision, yeah.
Yes. Vision part of the comp plan. I want to get it correct.
Right.
Anywhere in there, does it talk about what the amount of multifamily compared to single family in that area? Or does it just say that
No.
it would be I saw the T4.
Right, and actually, the T4 is a lot larger area. And like I said, at first it was the little different scenario they wanted here, which would have really increased traffic with commercial and things of that nature. And it flowed into a lot larger area and it's been reduced. To answer your question directly, no, not within a subdivision, but within the amount of ground. And this actually is less density than is allowed. Meaning they
So
could have had more in this piece of property.
So at a later date, can they change that? Because all we're doing is zoning now? So they can add
because
more
it-
later?
No, this is a planned district. And that's why I said, when you see this, they can change it, yes, but they have to go through the whole process.
So it's not like they can come back and say, well, we technically have this whole zoned area, so now we want to do this whole zoned area.
Apartments, no.
Yeah, or even the fourplexes.
Well,
So can
are gonna do
then they pull all these single families out that are along Baker?
No.
And say, you know what, those are actually zoned, or it's zoned that area now, so we can do that.
Now, they can come back and ask for it, but it will never make it through staff,
Okay.
to be honest with you.
Yeah.
They know it. It would never come to you that way.
That's kind of,
Now, reverse.
There's no bait and switch there.
Now, reverse.
They can go
I
change
would
it all to
bring it
single
you.
families.
Yeah. But no, I would not allow them to, and I say allow, but in accordance to the comp plan, expand this out without really good reason.
Well, and this is something we've heard from, I know you said you've heard from people, and I've heard from multiple people and businesses that have young families that, and it's been discussed a little bit, that can't afford a $250,000, $350,000 house, and they need some more affordable housing, and pretty much all the affordable housing we have here is full. And so I think this is what a lot of people have come to us with.
And I looked at it, and actually staff looked at it multiple ways in the proximity of schools. We all know we have a lot of young school teachers that will be continually flowing into our system because you have to. You have to get the young to come in as the old retire and things like that. So you talk to them and they can't live in our community. There's just no place for them.
Aside, removing the conversation from the location of
Yes.
this, just merely talking about the need for this type of home in our community somewhere.
Sure.
I did have a conversation with a teacher like you're describing, and something that she brought up that I had never thought of. She is single, and the maintenance-free appeals to someone like her.
Yes.
She doesn't have the, you said people don't want to mow. I don't, you know,
I get
I'm not,
laughed at, but it's a
I'm not agreeing, I love mowing, I'm not agreeing or denying, but I'm just saying there is a population of people that want lower maintenance. Again, for this example, she's a single income teacher.
Yes.
She was born and raised in Spring Hill. She teaches here and she wants to live here. At the time she was looking for a place to live, there were two options. Blackhawk that hadn't been built yet, and one other place. She said she did not feel safe at the other place, so she had one option. She got on a waiting list, she got in. She wants to purchase. There's nothing on the market in her price range. And again, she wants to purchase and own something like this to where she doesn't have to shovel snow or mow a yard. God, I don't know if there's any like kind of maintenance included in here, and we don't have to ask, but she would feel more comfortable if there was, you know, if her has an electrical issue or a plumbing issue or whatever, you know, those she may still be responsible for this particular one, but
Right, but-
just the idea of less maintenance, again, that's a population that I did not think about. Again, not saying anything about the location, I'm just saying in general, nice town, and she wants a nice place. She doesn't want a rundown, beat up place. She wants nice, safe area to live in.
Right.
And she wants to own. So there is a need for that group of people, and the builders are gonna build what they think is gonna sell. They're not gonna build what's, you know, they don't think it's going to sell. It's their money, they have a vested interest in this. But again, location aside, it was just a reminder for me that there is a need for that.
Blackhawk is always full.
I heard another one is like, there's nowhere to live if you get divorced. Now, I'm not
Then what do you
advocating for divorce, but
But-
as I thought about that more,
If we keep going
as
late
a,
nights.
as a single parent, or you know, just a single, piggyback on that story, yeah, you're priced out. Like there's nothing in your price range that you can purchase, and there's many of those people that want to come to our community.
Yes. That's what.
And once again, taking location out of it, just, and that was my comments earlier, was not talking about the location necessarily, but just the need for the
Necessity.
affordable housing.
Yes. And like I said, I can talk all day, but it is hard to envision that that's gonna be a 4-lane road. And, you know, we're trying our best to envision for the future. We actually had started, and I say we, staff had started years ago on that with the right-of-way that is at Woodland Ridge. Most of the houses that are on the east side of Woodland Ridge, from their back porch, they only own 25 foot to the north. The trees that are in there and all, that's all right-of-way. And, you know, someday we're gonna have to really work with them on making sure that we do everything we can to mitigate a huge road.
I'm guessing that what's what you were referring to when you were talking about working together with, you know, landscaping and,
Yes.
and things like
Yes.
that. We okay.
In the future with the road improvements and all, we wanna make it nice. We wanna not have to, and that's why we look at all these different arterials, and these are connectors, that we're not just funneling everything on one, like, let's say Metcalf, you know, and all the little streets beside it really can't carry much traffic. But we're trying to get it where there's always a connector to an arterial that not all of the traffic runs down two arterials, you know, where it can be utilized in many different ways and try and break up the traffic and help with mitigation of noise and everything else, safety. It sounds great, but it's long-range plans that we have to keep in mind.
Any other questions or discussions by you guys or gals?
Thank you.
Are they gonna mow it? We've never heard that.
The fourplexes and the conversations and the material I've read, yes, it will be mowed. It is a total maintenance provided for the outside. Now, you take someone that wants to mow, you know, but just think about this, really, you might jump on your mower and go over it.
It's HOA's responsibility.
That's correct, that's all, yep.
All right, with that, I will entertain a motion.
I make a motion to approve ordinance number 2022-03.
Got a motion, is there a second?
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second, is there any additional discussion? If not, Madam Clerk, will you please take a roll of the governing body?
Mrs. North,
No.
Mr. Van Houten, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Mrs. Roth,
Abstain.
Mr. Peel,
Yes.
Mr. Young,
No.
um, I'm gonna have to ask the city attorney.
Well, I can't second it just so.
They never called my name.
I thought you had to second it so you can vote on it. That's all I was doing.
But you made the motion.
I second.
Yeah, you didn't get me yet.
Sorry.
You're good.
Late. Mayor Berkey.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Roth, this is a required vote, so if you are abstaining, you need to, unlike previous abstention, you need to state a basis for your abstention, and you need to understand that your abstention is actually a vote no. It is not an abstention. It is a no vote for this map because of the requirements of the governing body vote. Now, we're not going to get to 3/4, but it will be of great assistance to staff. However, if you have a basis that requires you to abstain, then we understand and we'll move forward. But otherwise, staff's caught in a bit of a problem here. And the city is, when I say staff, I mean, let me be more specific, the city moving forward will be caught. So I would ask to either reconsider or to state the basis for your abstention.
Does it go as a yes vote?
No, it's a mandatory vote. On mandatory votes, abstentions don't go with the majority. On a on a vote that, on a motion, it would just go with the motion to approve. It would go with the majority. But on a ordinance which requires a specific number or the denial of the recommendation from the planning commission, we need either a basis for the abstention or a vote. It was not true in the last one because it didn't matter.
I'm abstaining because I live in Woodland Ridge.
At this time, the matter does not pass. You now have to make another determination. Has not passed. You can either send it back to the planning commission, or you need a 2/3 vote to turn it down.
When you say turn it down, that would be like, turn it
To
down.
override and say no.
What was the final tally of the?
So in other words, because the public hearing was conducted by the planning commission, state statute requires that you have to have a 2/3 no vote to reject it, or simply send it back to the planning commission for reconsideration.
Because right now, we don't have a 2/3.
You don't have 3/4 to pass it,
Approval.
and you don't
Stuck
have,
in limbo.
that is correct.
And if we send it back, do we have to give instruction of what we want changed, or we just have to say we want something different?
You have to provide instruction as to your concerns or where you wish to receive additional information, or you wish the planning commission to gather an additional information. It could be either of the above.
Okay.
Based on that, I would say if we could discuss, I guess, reasonings for the no votes.
Do we have to come up with those reasonings right now before we motion?
You can discuss the no votes if you wish to right now, and that would probably be the basis of the things that you would send back to have determinations for. That's up to you. So yes, if you want to explain those, then that will presumably help if you decide to send it back.
Okay. For me, I'd like to see either a differing location of the RP3,
Okay.
or have it changed to a different zoning, whether it be more duplex style rather than the fourplex, or single family.
That's fine, we will direct on that. I'll just say it, we have to keep in mind that they followed our comp plan 100%. So, well, that's fine.
And the question that was yelled out, who cares? The landowner.
And
This is Kansas is a very strong property owner state. So, they,
We own property there too, so we do care.
Yeah, based off of, just based off of what I've heard from a lot of citizens and who I've talked to, and I just wanted to, for me, I voted how I heard from the people.
Any other? Any other things that you would like to send back to any other reasons you'd like to send back to the planning commission?
I would be willing to send it back. I don't know that we're gonna get a different result to come back to us later on, so I feel like we're wasting time a little bit, but I would be willing to do that. I've heard everyone's sentiment, and I really, this has not been easy. And I'd be willing to stay here as long as they'll let me stay to talk to you guys if you wanna talk to me. So I would be happy to do that. But I also think that this development is what's best for all of Spring Hill. And what is representing Spring Hill in this room right now is one neighborhood for the most part. And there's 12 or 13 other neighborhoods in this. It's not a lie, that is my observation, okay?
We brought you 3 neighborhoods. Yeah.
There's 3 representatives.
Okay, so there's some people here from Brookwood too, okay? I may have been incorrect in making that.
Guys, with all due respect, please, guys.
Citizen participation has ended, guys.
That's the problem.
This is a business meeting for the city. You guys are welcome to listen in. This is a business meeting for the governing body. Please be respectful, please.
If the crowd continues to disrupt the meeting, Mayor, I would suggest that we recess for 15 or 20 minutes to see if we can get people to calm down and understand that we're going to conduct a meeting in a professional manner with decorum. all the individuals involved, including those who are here, the developer, the landowner, every citizen who has an interest in this has a right to have made their comments and made presentation, and we
And we
had
made sure
a
and
public
gave
hearing.
plenty of time to allow anyone that wanted to speak and say anything.
How about rebuttal?
Yeah, what about the builder? We don't know anything about him and has a low rating. You guys didn't ask him questions about him. How do we even know who's
Right.
down on him?
Any
Right.
questions that wanted to be asked could have been asked during citizen participation time.
Okay, at this point, Mayor, my suggestion is my recommendation is that we either get people to quiet down or we take a recess in the hopes that people will behave appropriately thereafter, and then we'll continue it and then move on. But whichever is, you are the presiding officer, so that's up to you.
Are there any other questions from the council, or recommendations on sending it back to the planning commission?
I would be okay with that.
If this is going to happen, I would disagree that the multifamily needs to stay where it's at. If your desire is to move it to the back, that would contradict our plan, and it needs to stay closest to the street, is my opinion.
No, I would be
If
more
this
okay with that
stays.
if it's probably like a different style of multifamily. That's kind of probably, I guess, more where I'm at. I understand that's where it has to be, but I think duplexes look more like single-family homes, so they could fit in a little bit better. So maybe that would be something that we recommend to the planning commission. I know it's not what the comp plan says or what the vision, but with the feedback from the citizens and from everybody I've talked to, that would be much more desirable.
Any other recommendations besides different location and different style? I think those were the two you said.
Yeah, different zoning, yeah. I don't know, does Wendy have any, or Ms. Lawrence?
Wendy, are you still there?
I am still here, and I agree with the citizens that came and represented themselves that it should be kept as an RP1 for the whole area. And I understand that there is a need. I understand there is a need for different types of multifamily housing, but I just don't feel like that fits in with the area, that it should be kept all as a RP1.
Planning commission might agree with that based on tonight. So,
Yeah, and I'm okay with that
That to me makes it worthwhile right there. I mean, it doesn't kill the entire deal. You know, I'm worried about other problems that could pop up, but I think this is the best solution for tonight.
Well, with that, I would entertain a motion to send it back to the planning commission.
So when we send it back to do that, they're just basically saying we're keeping it the way we've already rezoned it at this point, right? If they agree to the RP1.
No, if you send it back, they can decide, the planning commission can consider whether or not it is appropriate for RP2 or RP3.
Okay, so it gives them some other
And
options too.
Yes, you're giving them your guidance on that. They may come back with the recommendation. You also have the same recommendation, or they may come back with RP2. That's also subject to what the developer wishes to do.
Well,
And what they would,
We also
and what
give-
their proposals are.
Give our feedback to say, we'd like to see this be R1,
Well, and we'll.
RP1, like the rest of it.
Or why,
That's
or
what
to
our feedback
reconsider
is.
this.
Yeah.
Yeah, and hopefully they'll take into consideration what all the citizens, and I'm very glad you guys all showed up. And hopefully they'll take into consideration what everyone here has stated in their concerns, and possibly come up with a different plan that will be in liking to everyone.
What happens if they don't come up with another plan? Does that mean the zoning's passed?
It will
No.
go, it comes back to the council. And then I am and that's the last question I am answering from the crowd unless.
Well, you always
the
know
mayor
on the
corrects me
agenda
otherwise.
what's coming up, so I would just keep an eye on the agendas and the planning commission
Yeah, the
meetings.
agenda is always published every week.
Yes.
All right, my entertaining motion.
I motion to, let me see. Let me get back to the.
Is it remit? Is that the right word?
Yeah.
Remand.
Okay.
Motion to remand, ordinance number 2022-03, back to the planning commission for, revision.
Got a motion, do I have a second?
Second.
To be clear, is that based upon the information as discussed?
Based on the information
previously
discussed.
tonight?
Yes.
after
Thank
the
you.
vote.
Is
I have
that,
a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, will you please take the roll?
may I
Of the
ask?
governing body. Yes, ma'am.
So the items to be discussed, can we be more clear on that instead of saying what was discussed? Like, you want them to look at,
To consider either RP1 for the entire site or other zoning
Concerns
options.
with multifamily,
concerned with multifamily zoning.
basically, yeah. I would just say concerns with multifamily zoning.
okay. It just makes it clear so everybody knows what we're voting on. Thank
Yep.
you, I appreciate that. Since this is just a vote to remand back, does it need, I don't think it needs to be,
It just needs to be a simple majority.
well, yeah, so just take the vote. I don't need to do a roll call.
Okay.
But please do a roll call.
Do a roll call? Okay, I'll do a roll call. Thank you.
I don't know, with people on the phone, I want to make sure that we hear.
Sure, okay. Mr. Van Houten?
Yes.
Mrs. Roth?
Yes?
Mr. Peel?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Mrs. North?
Yes.
Motion passes 500.
What about me?
Thank you.
No, you forgot to ask the mayor.
Mayor Berkey? Mayor Berkey?
Yes.
600.
Thank you.
With that, we will move on to announcements and reports. I don't have any announcements. Next, Mrs. Roth.
I do want to thank everybody for coming. I saw lots of neighbors out there. I do want to remind everybody that this is a meeting for the governing body. It is a business meeting. I appreciate everybody here and we want you here. We want your voice. And that's what the citizen participation is for. When there are questions from the back row, you're not mic'd. People watching online cannot hear you. I could not hear Councilmember North at one point. That's the reason for that process. So again, we want you here. We want to hear from you. There is a process to follow, and we just ask that you do that.
And we try to allow plenty of time as we did tonight. So, I mean, it's
As you can tell, it's
11, 10, 11,
Yes.
12. Try to allow
Yes.
plenty enough time for every single citizen, whether you signed up or not. I mean, we ask that you sign up, but we even opened it up after everyone that had signed up spoke to allow anyone else. So we do want to hear from you, and it's very valuable, very, very important. And we definitely take into consideration everything everybody said tonight, and we appreciate you guys coming out greatly. Next, Mr. Peel.
No report.
Mr. Young.
No report.
Mrs. North.
No report.
Mr. Van Houten.
No report.
Mr. Burton.
No report, thanks.
Madam Clerk.
I do have a question. Who seconded Mr. Young's motion on remanding it back to the planning commission?
Mrs. North did.
Mrs. North did?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I did.
Thank you. I have
Mrs.
no report.
Armstrong. Oh, sorry, Madam Clerk, were you still going?
No.
No, okay. Mrs. Armstrong?
No report, thank you.
Mr. Messer? Captain Khan?
No report.
Mr. Dunley?
No report this evening. I have an executive session request coming up though.
Yes, sir, that's where we're going. Next item is executive session. We anticipate being in executive session for approximately 30 minutes. And anticipate no formal action to follow.
May I suggest on the 30 minutes that we take about a 5-minute break for everyone to address that ahead of time?
Yeah, that's fine. And so with that, let's see, we'll do 30 minutes, 5 minutes, so that would bring us back at 11:50, I believe, approximately. And I entertain a motion to adjourn
Hang on.
and go into executive session.
I got it up.
You got it? Go ahead.
I move the city council recess into executive session for 30 minutes to receive advice of counsel regarding ongoing litigation and status update pursuant to the attorney-client privilege exception of KSA 754319B2 of the Kansas Open Meetings Act. The open meeting will resume in the city council chambers at 11:50 p.m. Persons to be in attendance are the following: Mr. Charles Dunlay and Mr. Pat Burton.
All right, those in favor?
Who seconded that?
Second.
Thank you.
Got a motion and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
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 Hey, guys, I just want to tell you.
Motion carries 6-0-0.
Trouble.
Guys,
Tell you from the bottom.
Just trying to
Just
get,
from planning commission's bottom of my
I mean,
heart.
because
Thank
quite
you guys
honestly,
for taking the time.
what we got out of it is that if there is water issues, it's kind of like, well, it's up to you type of deal.
Well, I felt like with the water questions we asked, I got most of mine answered.
Yes, thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Yes, I appreciate it.
That
I was very impressed. Thank you.
Thanks for your presentation. Can you send that to us? That presentation? Yeah, like, just email.
I mean, it's like basically.
Yeah, just email them over. That'd be great. Yeah. Just to me, I don't know if anybody else wants to.
Yeah, I'd love to have it.
No,
Yeah, individually probably.
Yeah, don't send it to everybody at once.
I remember projects that just collided.
Yeah.
We just.
Like abandoned neighborhood that sat there for 20 years.
Yeah.
We get emails.
Well, and that's what I don't.
We get emails from.
And I've lived there for the past housing, you know, the last 20 years. And so it's hard because you have
Yes,
the
the buttons are
I would
raised.
fourplex.
Thank you again. I appreciate
But
it.
to me, I think we're adding too many people. And that's one of my issues. But as far as the water issue, I got a lot of, I felt like we got a lot of decent answers out of him tonight.
That is referencing the square foot to the house. What you're missing is the plot size.
Well, and that's why we were saying like the other neighborhoods have those plot sizes.
Yeah.
And it hasn't really affected any housing prices.
Well,
it does
plot
change
sizes
kind of.
that, yeah, I mean, the smaller the plot size, which it seems like what's going in versus what's already across the street is kind of in contradictory. I mean, if they could make the plot sizes the same, then
Yeah, but that's, you also have that like in Dayton Creek, if you drive through, you'll see some of them are the RP ones and some are R ones. And it really, yeah, you can tell in that particular neighborhood, but you're not gonna be able to tell from like 207th, where somebody's sitting in Woodland Ridge, you're not gonna be able to tell that those ones are
no,
necessarily making a
but
difference.
everybody would be able to tell due to the emergency traffic, more sirens,
Yeah.
more et cetera, and so on. Yeah. More people, more noise. Not to mention light pollution, but the street lights and everything else.
So that's just, but that's gonna also be part of just the extra. Unfortunately,
You know, when we moved out here originally, I could see millions of stars out in the sky. And I go out every night on my front porch now, and guess what? I can see half as much, and I can hear beep, 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 and all that. And this is from that new industrial site. I live 4 blocks that way.
Yeah.
The industrial site's way up there. And I can still hear it at 3 o'clock in the morning. Booming and banging.
Yeah.
And then, you know what? Had I known it was going to impact our lives like that, I'd have been up here fighting like hell to keep that away from there. I mean, that's great. You want industrial? It doesn't need to be right there. You can put it over, you know, out by the highway.
Yeah. Well, and that's kind of my thought, is that some of that housing should probably be closer to the highway. So that's all, you know.
Yes.
But yeah, there's definitely concerns I have, but it's at the end of the day, it's,
Well,
I've
at the
done
end of
what
the
I
day,
can,
I mean, it's
you know.
true. It's true that we do need affordable housing. There's no doubt. Right.
Well, and that's for my concern is, like he was saying, like talking to Dr. Burke the other day, was we're having a hard time getting teachers because they can't live out here, so they're living like either, you know, North Olathe where they have some housing like that, or they're living in Gardner, and so they're like, why don't I just work in
Yeah,
Gardner?
because you got really expensive apartments, and you got to get it.
Yeah. And so like she was saying, you know, sometimes, you know, do I want my daughter to go live in kind of the rough area? No, I'd want her to go live in a nice
Nicer area.
And my sister's a teacher, so I mean, that's why I have a little bit of sympathy for them, because they are so, their pay is
Where we
not.
get it is like-minded communities.
And that's kind of where I'm at. I'd like to see it, and that's why I was saying with duplexes, those look more like houses. If you look over like what's that one on 175th and Plum, they're putting duplexes in there, and those are really nice. They're comparable to the houses, but they're duplexes. So there's ways to
There's
get.
duplexes over.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying, but I mean, I live in, well, I'm not technically, but I'm in Heritage Glen, it's one street. But, I live next to the apartments and those duplexes, and those are really, I'm like, if we can stay in kind of that realm, those are really affordable. Well, that's because, what's his name wants all that.
Yeah.
He's, these are gonna be more affordable style.
Well, and I hope they stay affordable. Sometimes I notice a lot of things have gone in under the guise.
Look at the ones over by the pool. Those are expensive, and those are supposed to be affordable.
I know.
And so we do need more of these fourplexes, I just think.
And those are the ones that just got built on that vacant area, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're right there
They were
on,
supposed to be in the 150 range.
And I think they're still like 280, 300.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what they, are we getting into the guise of, oh, we're building affordable housing?
Well, it's affordable compared to like, my neighborhood.
I don't know.
I bought
our
my
houses
page.
are 225.
Mine's gone up 180,000 since I bought it in 3 years. That's what I'm saying. Yours has to be worth a ton because of your land you got.
Oh, I got a ton.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's just, I bought it for 140. It's worth probably 250, 300.
I would think more. Yeah, I would think. Oh, upward of 300.
Everything around me, like the house right across the street from us, and it's sold for 225.
That's the funny part, right? Is that there's just so much they can do. It's just, but at the end of the day, I'm trying to do my best to play both sides, right? Do what's best for the city, but then also listen to everybody. And so for me, I felt like I got there. I thought RP1 was reasonable. I didn't think the RP3 was reasonable. So that's for me. I tried to meet him in the middle and kind of, I give a little, so I'm trying my best.
Because the last thing we need is more neighborhoods, more conflict.
Yeah. Well, I'm just not a yes man. You knew that when you picked me, and unfortunately now I've had a couple no's against the other. So it's funny because tonight her and I were which is, I think, for people should see that and say, all right, they aren't just all yes men they got put on. I know we're appointed, I know all that. Yeah, but you understand.
But I definitely understand.
Yeah. I get it. Yeah, I was gonna say, we gotta go back.
Follow them.
Yeah.
That's where exactly. Don't bring any.
Early still.
Yeah. That's fine. Yeah. No note taking.
My chair is dusty right there. No, I
Walking into a sauna.
Okay, is it me or is it?
It's everybody all together.
I was gonna say, is that how they got everybody out?
It does that at other meetings.
Oh, really? It just gets hot everywhere.
We are back in session. Executive session thing.
All right, guys, we are back in session and no formal action was taken. And I entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second?
Got a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Hi.
Motion passes 6-0-0. Everybody have a good night and thank you for coming.
It's 5, you don't vote on that.
That's 5. That's right. That's right. 5-0-0. Sorry. Sorry, Glenda. 5-0.